move up to a booster seat, aren't there?
Rear-facing, forward-facing? I think I have it right.
Car crashes are a leading killer of children 1 to 13. Are your children in the right car seat for their age and size? Don't think you know. Know you know. Go to safercar.gov/the right seat.
I know my child's in the right car seat, or else I wouldn't get in the driver's seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
You don't usually get a stock tip from a 16-year-old, but I'm here to tell you about a different kind of stock. It's called Better Futures, a stock for social change that's not about making money. Instead, you invest to help students like me go to college. This is beyond a simple donation. It's the opportunity for America to invest in its kids and take an active stake in the future of the country. The return on your investment isn't money. What you get back is knowing you protected our potential. So one day, that potential can grow up to become surgeons and architects, executives and engineers, people who can change the future just by being a part of it. My name is Alicia, and I'm your dividend.
Invest in better futures with UNCF. Visit uncf.org/invest. A mind is a terrible thing to waste, but a wonderful thing to invest in. A public service announcement brought to you by UNCF and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
All right, boys. March Madness was in full effect this weekend as the first and second rounds of the big dance came and went with some explosive upsets, the defending champs being knocked off, a couple of buzzer beaters, and plenty of hopeful brackets busted and thrown into the dustbin of gambling history. We recap each region and break down all of the exciting action of the first weekend of the NCAA Tournament tonight. And after we crack a six-pack with Speedy and preview next weekend's Sweet 16 and potential Elite 8 matchups, and then take a seat at the round table and talk NBA, we will dive deep inside baseball to preview the Yankees, the Mets, and the entire AL and NL East divisions ahead of Wednesday's opening day on an all-new, first-of-its-kind, trend-setting and undeniable, live, in-your-face edition of New York's Sports Loudmouth.
Lose their star player, Alonso. They lose their star closer. The Mets are in a bad spot right now. I've never seen a Ranger team quit before the Olympics. At Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that. What Jack Hughes did after getting his teeth knocked out and played every single shift, he got back in the game. I'm gonna find him all. A seven-nation army couldn't.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're tuned into the New York Sports Loudmouth Show.
This is the money shot.
Come on, man. This is the future of basketball, okay? This is entertainment.
Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Whoa, another freak show candidate. With your host, Errol Marks, and co-host, Speedy Petey, with ex-NFL defensive lineman from the New York Jets, Quentin Copel.
Welcome, everybody, to a new show of the New York Sports Loudmouth. I want to apologize to all the fans. A lot of production background. Have no idea what's going on in the background. But I leave it up to these guys. I don't know why I do, but I leave it up to these guys. I want to apologize to the fans. We have a new video. It is a new show, so I hope everybody understands this is a new production, new back end. So apologies to everybody that just saw that. I am just completely flabbergasted from it. But anyways, you are listening to a new show of the New York Sports Loudmouth. My name is Errol Marks, and my co-hosts, Mr. Quentin Copels and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including, I almost said New York Sports Loudmouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 6:45 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I just want to let everybody know this. This is a new show, and before the show, production should be on the back burner. Everybody should be on each other and making sure that the back end is working. But for some reason, for a new show, I don't know why all this happened. But again, I want to apologize to all the fans that just got a chance to see that, because that's not something that I want to do on a first show. But my apology goes to my production team of Speedy and Mr. Tommy Poops, who need to work a little bit hand in hand with each other, test everything before the show. But I want to go off air on that. I don't want to get into too deep of that. I will discuss this after the show. But we have a great show lined up for you guys, and I want to let everybody know now that this is a new show. It's a completely different show now. There is no more Jabba. We have a new partner in this show and on this show, and his name is Quentin Copels. Quentin, how are you doing, my friend?
What's going on? What's the deal, man? We here. We did it, right? We finally did it.
I guess
Listen,
that's what you call it.
With greatness comes errors, man. Issues. It's all right. We're going to get this thing right, tight for the fans, and we're going to put on a good show tonight.
Yeah, I would rush to the hospital after what I saw. But that's a whole nother thing. But I will say this. We've had a really good week in sports. March Madness is here. We're going to the Sweet 16. St. John's is still in it. UConn's still in it. So there's a lot of good here in New York. So all the fans out there, I know Hofstra and LIU didn't make it, but we didn't expect LIU to beat Arizona, and we did not expect Hofstra to beat Alabama, except Fish. For some reason, Fish had Hofstra beating Alabama. Alabama right now is one of the hottest teams and hottest shooting teams in the tournament. They're shooting more three-point shots than we've ever seen. I think this is the first time I don't know the numbers right now. I think that Alabama has hit more threes in the first two rounds than any team in history. So
could come back and handle.
It could, but also one of their players is sitting in jail. Their second best player is sitting in jail right now, and it hasn't haunted them. It's made them play better as a team. So very, very fun and this is the best time of year for a sports bettor, because you just can't calculate. You can't honestly choose from one team to another on where they're going to go, how everything's going to fall. It's all luck. Everything with the bracket is luck. And that's what we're watching right now. There are teams, there are surprises. Vanderbilt gets knocked out. We're going to get into that in just a few moments. So there's a lot to get into with March Madness and a lot of things that are going on in the NBA. Luka Doncic is one of the hottest players in basketball right now. The Lakers are playing great. And LeBron James, his whole take a couple of weeks ago stating that the Lakers are not a championship contending team. They don't have enough to win a championship. Well, is he going to eat his words? Is he going to take back what he said? Who knows? That's not LeBron James's nature. I expect LeBron James to keep spitting out garbage as he always does and pissing people off. So that's a whole nother story. But again, as a sports fan, you would only suggest to think that our guy in the New York Knicks, and again, the New York Knicks are a team of a lot of questions. Everybody thinks that it's Karl Anthony Towns, and Karl Anthony Towns has played better basketball, but they think that he's the cancer in the locker room. And Jalen Brunson should not be the lead guy. He shouldn't be the number one guy. A point guard shouldn't be the number one guy on a roster, but I don't understand that. Shea Alexander is the number one guy. So I see the takes all over social media. Everybody's attacking it, but I don't get it. This has become a guard league, and the NBA has transitioned from a big man's league to a guard league. So I've listened to all the different takes on different social medias and different shows, and I don't get it. I don't understand why they're getting into this argument that guards you cannot build your team. You can't build your NBA team around a guard. That makes no sense. But again, that's stuff that we're going to get into throughout the show. But first things first, at 9 o'clock, we will be talking to former Jaguars, Broncos, and Cowboys defensive end Jeremy Mincey. He'll be joining us. He's been on our show before. I know that Quentin is a very good friend of Jeremy Mincey. So
yes, sir.
So for the first show for Quentin Copel's first show, Q's first show.
Come on.
We're going to have Jeremy Mincy on the show, so I'm sure they have some stories. I'm sure they'll have some arguments on some of the takes that I'm going to spit at them. And it's going to be fun. So, put your Pampers on. Make sure you have some wipies or dude wipes, as Jabba would say. And if you need to wipe something, wipe it and enjoy the show. We're going to entertain you guys tonight as we're going to get into some NCAA basketball. In the East Regional of the 2026 NCAA Tournament, the number 1 seed Duke blew out TCU 81-58 and will now face the number 5 seed St. John's, who beat Kansas on a buzzer beater by Dylan Darling. Yes, it was fantastic. 67-65, and they'll now face off in the Sweet 16. Number 3, Michigan State beat Louisville 77-69, and UConn, number 2 UConn, beat number 7 UCLA 73-57 in the other East Regional, and now they will face off in the Sweet 16. In the South Region, number 3 Illinois blew out the number 11 VCU 76-55, and number 2 Houston blew out the number 10 seed Texas A&M 88-57, and will now face off again in the Sweet 16. In the other South Regional, number 4 Nebraska moves on after beating number 5 Vanderbilt on a game-winning shot by Braden Franger. With 2.2 seconds left of the game. They will take on number 9 Iowa, who defeated defending champion number 1 Florida 73-72 on a game-winning 3-pointer by Al Figueroa. How do you pronounce it? Figueras with 4.5 seconds left of the game. In the Midwest, regional number 1 seed Michigan beat number 9 St. Louis and number 4 seed Alabama to beat number 5 seed Texas Tech in a blowout fashion, and will now face off in the Sweet 16. Number 6 Tennessee upset number 3 Virginia 79-72, and number 2 Iowa State blew out number 7 Kentucky 82-63, and they will face off in the Midwest other Sweet 16 matchup. In the West, number 1 Arizona beat number 9 Utah State 78-66, and will take on number 4 Arkansas after they beat High Point in a high-scoring thriller 94-88. And the other West Sweet 16 matchup will feature the number 11 Texas, who is the only double-digit seed in the Sweet 16 after they beat Gonzaga 74-68. They will take on number 2 Purdue, who beat number 7 seed Miami 79-69. You guys are crazy when you post this up. I think the Sweet 16 has been fun to watch. There's been a lot of blowouts. The game that really stuck out to me, because we're here in New York, is the St. John's. The St. John's game really, and the Nebraska game was very fun, and it exposed a lot about what Nebraska has done this year and why Nebraska is here and why Nebraska is heading to their first Sweet 16 in their basketball history. Because if you look at Nebraska, Nebraska is known for their football. They're not known for their basketball. But here's the thing. St. John's had a sensational game. They had a sensational game plan. Rick Pitino couldn't get a lot from Dylan Darling all game. He couldn't hit a lick. He missed almost every single shot, and he was not confident as far as getting to the basket and shooting in his sweet spot all game long. And at the end of the game, when Pitino needed to call a timeout and he was trying to figure out who's going to get the ball, who's going to shoot the final shot, Dylan Darling, who has been a darling for this team all season long, one of the better point guard defenders in the league, in his conference, in the East Conference, and throughout the NCAA, he was a guy that put his hand up and said, "Coach, give me a chance. I'm going to take the play." And Pitino thought that he was out of his mind, that he had no shot. And I wouldn't have gone to the non-hot hand. But what's crazy about college basketball, what's crazy about basketball is when a team doesn't expect the non-hot hand to get the ball, you want to give that kid the ball. And Dylan Darling has been good all season long. He's been a good team leader. he is a lefty. He usually goes up most of the time with his layups with his left hand. But he drove to the hole, and he had an opening. Nobody was back really defending him on the backside. And he went up for a layup and hit the shot and shocked the world. Because Kansas all game long was playing chase. They were playing chase the whole game. From the first half all the way to the second half. Then they went on a 16-4 run. Peterson started playing decent basketball. Was Peterson good? No. Peterson was not a guy that you would expect to be a number one talent, the number one pick in this year's draft after what we saw against St. John's. Now, that doesn't mean that Darren Peterson is not going to be the number one pick in this year's draft because he has the talent, he has the ability, he can shoot the three, he can do a lot of those things that you want an elite player to do as your number one pick. But after what A.J. DeBanza did, even though they got knocked out, BYU got knocked out in the first round, he played very well in that game, even though he couldn't hit a lick at three-point line. And then Cam Boozer, he's been up and down in this tournament, but guess what? Duke is still going to the Sweet 16, and one of the main reasons why they're going to the Sweet 16 is because of Cam Boozer. Now, it all takes, you need a team to take you all the way to the championship, to the promised land. We all know that. But guess what? Who was the number one pick last year? Cooper Flagg. Cooper Flagg played as well as, and I'll say this, Cooper Flagg was a little bit better in the round of, what was it, 64 and 32. He played better than Cam Boozer. Now, what's going to sell us Cam Boozer? What's going to make Cam Boozer a top-end pick, maybe the number one pick in this class, is he's going to have to show up in these big games. He's got St. John's. He's going to have to show up in that game. He's going to have to put up a 25 spot. He's going to have to rebound. He's got to be a big player in that game if they expect to be Pitino's team. Pitino came out and said after the game, pretty much said, we're playing Duke now, and I don't want, I owe him something after what Christian Laettner did to me in the 90s. Now, I don't know if anybody remembers, in Kentucky, Pitino was coaching Kentucky. He was coaching the Wildcats, and Coach K was coaching the Duke Blue Devils, and this was the time where you had Bobby Hurley, Grant Hill, and obviously Christian Laettner, who is one of the greatest college basketball players of all time. And you heard what Pitino said at the press conference. He says, well, I owe them a favor. And that to me says a lot about this game for St. John's. Now, a lot of the experts have St. John's knocking off the Duke Blue Devils. A lot of them do. But Duke, to me, from top to bottom, even with the injuries that they have the talent. They have the number one guy. And if you're going to counteract what the St. John Storm have compared to the Duke Blue Devils, if their top five plays against the Duke top five, I still think Duke they have the advantage in this game. But to go back, go ahead. I know you got something to say.
Terrible. That was terrible. No way. They have a better top five than St. John's?
Yes, they
do.
Based
off what? School?
What do you mean based on school?
Like, what, are you just Duke heavy or Duke privy? Duke bias?
I'm not Duke bias at all, and I am a Duke fan, but that has nothing to do with bias.
So that means
you're going to tell me
that means your bias comes into play.
So you're going to tell me right now, that the Duke Blue Devils, with their
as of now, not of scouting and not of ratings,
as of right now,
yes,
as of right now, you're going to tell me St. John's has a better five than Duke does.
This is the reason why all the experts are picking St. John's to beat.
I don't care what the experts are.
I'm an expert too. That's why I'm picking the same.
Oh yeah, you're an expert. Mel Kiper's an expert too. How many times has he got it wrong as far as the NFL draft? So let's not get into
still human.
All right. So give me your take. What makes you think that the St. John's or the Johnnies have a better starting five than the Duke Blue Devils?
Just based off the tournament play. Now, we looked at it and we've seen that the Duke Blue Devils are very stagnant on offense. They have potential to be scorers or whatnot. But I think from St. John's perspective, they're way more athletic in regards to their half-court sets. They're more athletic and able to actually rebound the ball better than Duke. Now, stats may not say that, but I'm talking about in-game. I didn't check the stats, by the way, so that's why I don't know if I'm actually wrong about the rebounding. But based off the rebounding, which is the reason why St. John's was able to beat Kansas, was their rebounding, if you go back and look at the game.
Here's the thing. And you go back and St. John's is a big team.
Yeah.
They're an older roster. Patino is a great coach. And I'm not a big Shire fan. As a matter of fact, anybody that knows me, I have attacked Shire over and over and over again, week after week. I don't think John Shire is a really good coach, but he's got a great roster. Even with the injuries that they have, the Duke Blue Devils have the best player in this game. Cam Boozer is by far the best player in this game. And you can't even argue.
And out between St. John and Duke?
Yes. Out of St. John's.
I give you that. Yeah, talent-wise. But you also went off the rail a while ago and said he was the number 1 pick, which is another issue. We'll get
hold on one second. How do you know he's not the number 1 pick? Oh, here's the thing. We could get into that at another time because we got to go through these games. But for you to say that Cam Boozer can't be the number 1 pick, that's fine. If everybody thinks that he's the 3rd or 4th pick, that's fine. You're going to make a mistake because it's very simple. Peterson can't be controlled. AJ DeBanza can't shoot a 3-pointer. And we've seen Cam Boozer do all of that. He doesn't go out there and throw his team onto the bus. He plays hard every single game. No matter what, he plays hurt. He goes out there and he plays at a top level. That's the guy I want to draft. I want to go with a guy that I know is going to be healthy. He's going to go out there and play his heart out like his father did. Now, I'm not saying he's Carlos Boozer.
Right. You're not the GM. So it's just it's a bias. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the NBA is not picking based off reliability. They're picking up potential. Okay. Does he have the potential to be X, Y, and Z? Does he meet the metrics of X, Y, and Z? So you're saying that he need to develop a 3-point shot. AJ need to develop a 3. That can happen. They can do that. They pay coaches to develop players in the NBA.
Yeah.
So they can very much develop that. They don't have to come in with that.
Okay. So Kwame Brown, remember him?
Yes.
I remember him. He was a great athlete and high school phenomenon. He didn't have a 3-point shot, and Michael Jordan drafted him, took a whim on him, said, you know what? I like him. I think I could build my roster around him. I can build it. He'll figure it out. He'll figure out how to shoot a 3. How long was he in the NBA? How long was he in with the NBA?
Short term compared to what he was supposed to be. Yeah.
Exactly. And to me, you need to develop a 3-point shot before you get into the NBA. It's very hard to figure it out when you're playing in an NBA pace, the speed of the game. It's different. And we have seen him enough, and I've watched him enough in AJ DeBanza that he is going to have a problem shooting the 3 in the NBA. He's going to work on athletic ability, and that doesn't always work. Now, there is guys like Giannis that have built his game on athletic ability, but the game is changing now. These big men are shooting the 3 at a very high clip. And if you don't have that shot and you haven't developed a shot yet going into the NBA, what makes you think in a 5 or 6 year span, he is going to be a good 3-point shooter in the NBA?
Would you take Giannis? Would you take Giannis as the number 1 pick?
Right now?
Yeah, with Giannis' talent.
No.
Yes.
What are you laughing at? No. What are you laughing at? No.
So, you would take Giannis.
Listen, Giannis, there's a lot of Giannis's now. That's why there are a lot of Giannis's now, athletically gifted guys that are long.
Who?
There are guys. What do you mean who?
Who are the
Nikola
Giannis?
Nikola Jokic.
Not a Giannis.
What
Totally different
are you talking
player.
about? Wembanyama. He's another one. These guys are athletically gifted. How are they different?
Well,
how are they different?
Style. Their whole style plays. Giannis is downhill. Wemby he's working on being a 3-point shooter and a defender.
Working here.
Jokic is a pass first but can't score center.
And shoots the 3
three different styles.
Yeah, but they play at again. We're looking at athletically gifted players. Kevin Garnett was athletically gifted when he came out of high school.
Absolutely.
Okay. And if you want to compare DeBanza to somebody, you would compare him, and I would compare him somewhere around Kevin Garnett. That's the kind of player that I would compare him to. But here's the thing. Kevin Garnett's strength was his defense. Is DeBanza's strength his defense? No. And in a game in the NBA, in the transition of the NBA game, if you can't defend a specific position and you can't shoot the 3, you're limited. And that's what AJ DeBanza is. I'm not saying AJ DeBanza is not going to be a great player in the league.
Right.
I think he's going to be great. I think Peterson's going to be great. I think Willson's going to be great.
Mm-hmm.
I think Cam Boozer's going to be great.
Yeah.
All 4 of these guys, even Fleming's, if he gets put or he gets drafted by the right team and the right coach and the right development, Fleming develops a shot. No question that kid could be a star in the league, just like the Spider is.
All right. So you give him development, but you won't give AJ development.
It's very hard to develop a 3-point shot at his size in the NBA.
There's one offseason away.
What do you mean one offseason?
One development. He don't have to be great at the 3-point shooter.
Now you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, because if you become one-dimensional,
okay. Did Giannis win a championship shooting the 3?
Here's the problem with Giannis. When teams started to figure him out, like the Celtics.
Win.
Teams started.
That's a process.
Yes.
That's
when
not
you
out the
become
gate.
a one-dimensional player, when it comes to the big game, especially throughout the playoffs, you're not the same player.
Okay, now tell me how many defenders we have in the league.
How many defenders? I don't know. You want me to count them?
Yeah, a couple of them. There's not a lot of people defending.
The Knicks have about 3 guys on the team that can defend multiple positions. Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby. Those 3 guys can defend multiple positions.
I give you.
What are you're going to tell me Mikal Bridges is not an all-around defender?
Yeah,
he's a great defender. He can defend multiple positions. He's a good defender. I would say he's a top 15 defender in the league.
That tells you a lot. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not a lot of
that's
people
what I'm telling
defending.
You about AJ defends.
So you need AJ. You said AJ needed to defend. And he got to have this 3-point shot. If he don't have it, he still gets his numbers. That's all that matters.
My argument here is when teams, especially NBA coaches, figure out his strengths and his weaknesses, they're going to take the game over against him. They're going to defend him in ways where he is uncomfortable in certain positions. He is an athletically gifted kid. There's no question that he is. So are half these NBA players. But when you come into the NBA with the best of the best, guys that can jump like a deer and kangaroo, whatever the hell you want, and can run up and down the court within 7 or 8 steps. There are guys, Russell Westbrook, I mean, when he was a young player, he was one of the fastest guys in the NBA.
Correct.
Athletically gifted. But did that make Russell Westbrook the best player in the NBA at his position? No, it didn't. Now, that's what I'm looking at.
What year are we talking about?
You're looking at Cam Boozer, and everybody looking at Cam Boozer, they say, well, he's a little overweight. He's 6'8". He's undersized. How does this work? Depending on where he goes, it works a lot. You're telling me right now, if he went to Indiana,
Utah,
and he played with Alberta, if he goes, Utah's not drafting him. Utah's not drafting him. Danny Ainge always drafts the athletic guys. He always does.
Plus, the NBA is going to punish them for tanking anyway.
If Utah goes number 1, Utah's drafting DeBanza. No question. You can book it. You can book it. That's what Danny Ainge.
Why not Boozer though? Because he's the better talent according to you.
Yes, he is the better all-around talent. He does. He's got the better.
So what is you seeing that they not seeing?
First of all, who do you think has a better post game, him or DeBanza?
Post game. I would give Boozer that.
Okay. Who's got a better 17, 18-foot jumper?
I get AJ that.
AJ does not have a better 17, 18-foot jumper.
I give him that.
He doesn't.
He's not. That's not his go-to.
But that's not his game. That's Boozer's game.
Yeah, floater, a little,
Yeah, well, he uses his. Again, that goes back to athletic gifts. To me, Peterson has
got to be considered. Are we not going to consider athletic gifts? We're just going to ignore it?
That's one gift. That's one gift. That's not everything.
No, athletic gifts is multiple gifts.
Who's a better defender, Boozer or DeBanza?
Better defender?
Better defender. Boozer or DeBanza?
Big focus on defense, though.
I
would say if it was a 101, I'll take AJ over there. Over Boozer.
So, wait a second. So
I think AJ would stop Boozer before Boozer.
That has nothing. 101 doesn't mean anything. It's team basketball. This isn't football.
No, it can happen.
Come on.
They're not just going to send a double team on every time. What are we talking about? They haven't earned that right to be double teamed.
If you're going to tell me right now, when you look at all these guys' gifts, Peterson has the most. Peterson has the most,
He's
but
a guard,
teams going to actually have to deal with that kid on and off the court. He doesn't get along with people. He's proven that he didn't get along with some of his teammates, the coaching staff. How many times did we hear that the coaching staff wanted him to go into the game, and he says there's no need for me to go into the game. Is he going to do that into the NBA? Is he going to do that in the NBA?
No, he wouldn't do that in the NBA. There's
Why
no
not?
reason to play.
He thinks he's the best player on that roster.
Right. One, he get paid to play. All right.
So you're telling me.
Second, it's a job and a profession. So you can't walk out there and think that you're better than everybody now. There's no. You wouldn't have no data.
James Harden did.
James Harden also averaged 50 for a month. So he has
54
legal rights.
When James Harden,
he has legal rights. He's a different caliber player.
When James Harden came into the league, he wasn't even Batman or Robin. He was like Supergirl. Okay, he was Supergirl. He was Supergirl. But he thought he was the number one guy. He said, I was the number one guy. No, he didn't. He was a six man. He didn't prove it until he went to Houston, and it took him a year to prove it. Okay. At the time,
did he prove it or did he not?
But James Harden had a great shot. He played for Arizona State.
Mm-hmm.
James Harden was a good shooter.
Yes. Still
is not. He's not a good shooter.
I'm not saying he is. I think he gets his numbers. He gets his points.
That's fine.
You don't have to be a good shooter. Even though the game has developed to three, you don't have to be a good shooter.
Okay. How good is the Big 12?
They're the best conference this year for sure.
Okay. And who did he play that they beat that was so something to brag about? Who did he beat?
Iowa State was his biggest performance, and they are a good team. They're still in the tournament. They're a 2 seed right now. They're one of the best defensive teams.
And what did he score in that game?
I believe it was 42, if I remember correctly. And he had close to 10 rebounds in that game, which against a defense that good is impressive.
So because of one game,
I didn't say
Iowa
State.
No.
Because of one
Don't
game,
go to one game now.
Because of one game,
he delivered.
And Iowa State, that's impressive because of one game.
42 and 10 is not impressive.
Here's what's even more
versus
impressive.
the 2 seed.
You're that great of a player, and great players find ways to win, like LeBron James took the Cavaliers all the way to the finals against the Spurs. Did he take his team to the next round? Did he take his team to the round of 32? No, he didn't.
It doesn't matter when you lose.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? It means a lot.
If you lose in the finals or you lose in the first round,
well,
that's the same
I
loss.
remember when Fish came on the show quite a few times. I want to get into these games first because we could talk about this all show.
Correct.
But Fish came on this show. Fish has been on the show. Me and him have been arguing about this take, and he said Carlos Boozer, because of his game and the way he's played in the round of 64, right, and the round of 32, that he might hurt himself when it comes to the draft. And I said, how do you figure? Cam Boozer right now, to me, is player of the year. Cam Boozer was the best all-around player in all of college basketball, all season long. When you look at what he has done, when you look at the pie, there's a pizza. How many slices are in a pie? There's 8. Okay? Not one game, Iowa State, where everybody says, he scored 42 and 10. Very impressive. Cam Boozer was doing it all year round against
42 and 10 all year round?
No, I'm saying if you're going to tell me right now Cam Boozer wasn't a better player than AJ DeBanza all season long, then you aren't watching college basketball.
No,
because he was.
He's in a better system.
What makes it Shire's system?
John Shire has that good of a system.
You're going to tell me that John Shire's system is better? Is that what you're trying to say? Because it's not.
It's a better system.
It's not a better system.
It's not a good system, even if it's a little better than BYU's coach, which it probably is, but not by much.
Thank you. It's better. If better is better. It doesn't matter if it's by inch or a mile. It's better. It's better. Correct?
It's not better.
So you don't think Duke has a better system than?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I think Duke has better talent. That's what I think.
It's only ran by a system over there.
No, it's talent.
No.
Okay.
You
have talent.
No.
Okay. Tell me why. Tell me why not.
Where's John Shire ranked among your best coaches in college basketball?
The fact that they had John Shire a top 5 coach in college basketball going into this tournament made me want to throw up. Okay.
So everybody's wrong but you.
He's not. He really isn't.
Okay.
And you're going to tell me right now it's the system. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to tell me that John Shire, his recruiting class this year, which 3 of the 5 top guys that he recruited I think they were top 10 or top 12 players in the whole country. And you're going to tell me it's the system that has drawn these guys out to be a good team? It's not. It's talent. Talent wins ball games, does it not? And
it plays a part. But this is the whole point about March Madness is because sometimes your talent isn't enough. And if you got the right coach and you got the right system and you can position players to be successful, then you can win. You actually win games. And that's in any sport.
Q, and I got to comment what you said, Errol, because you mentioned my comments about Boozer. And I love Boozer, too. And I'm pretty sure he's going to win National Player of the Year.
He is the national player.
But so is Tyler Hansborough once upon a time. And he didn't have an NBA career. And he plays the same position as Boozer.
Tyler Hansborough wasn't a top prospect going into
Why
college.
wasn't he?
He was a lottery pick. He wasn't like a good. No one thought he was a top guy like this.
North Carolina. I remember Tyler Hansborough. I remember when he went to the national championship. I remember Tyler, and Tyler was nowhere close to the talent Cam Boozer was coming out of high school, winning national state championships, being one of the most renowned players. Being that his father is Carlos Boozer. By the way, you mentioned Carlos Boozer before we came into the show, Q. We've argued this. He's a way better player than Carlos Boozer was in college.
That's hot.
Carlos Boozer, he tries to play like that, though. And against Siena, I don't know, man.
He's stuck on accolades, and that's the problem.
We're going into one game.
It's not his father.
It was the round of 64 that I was talking about, because I mean, they obviously dominated the next game. But Boozer had a couple of moments in that game that were like Ben Simmons-esque as he was 5 feet away from the hoop and should have just put it in. Like 2 out of 3 possessions down court where it was like, what's going on with this guy? That's weird.
Luka,
I'm just saying.
You watch professional basketball. Jalen Brunson doesn't look against certain teams. He doesn't play well against them. The Celtics are one of those teams that play very well. Hold on. Let me finish what I have to say. You mentioned that what Siena did to Cam Boozer was incredible. That's great. Cam Boozer still scored 24 points. He still averaged 13 rebounds, and he still hit 8 free throws at the tail end of the game to help his team win. So no matter what they did to him, he was a big part of the reason why they won that game. Now, you mentioned what they did against him. That's fine. So let's go through all these different teams that some of these great players have played against. LeBron James has always had problems against the San Antonio Spurs. Go look at his numbers. He never played well against Greg Popovich's teams. Why? Because Greg Popovich had a good game plan on him. And the same thing I would say about Siena. You watch tape, you watch the way he plays, you're going to defend him on his strengths and try to beat him on his weaknesses. Now, he is only going to develop that part of his game because he already has a shot. He can still shoot a 3-point shot, which he hit a few of them in this tournament. And he can still shoot those 18, 17 and post game and dominate on the boards, which he's done in this tournament. So to sit here, and this is what I hate about the press and the media. Everybody goes back and forth. Well, he doesn't have the athletic gifts that Peterson has. He doesn't have the athletic gifts that the Banza has. Well, guess what? You could be the most athletically gifted player. Who's the best player in the NBA right now? Nikola Jokic. Is he the most athletic player in the NBA? Please. He's probably the least athletic player in the NBA. He's the best passer. He's one of the best shooters. He's one of this. He's one of that. He's that. So to sit here and tell me.
But here's the thing. He's in a system that allows that. You put Nikola Jokic on the Utah Jazz. Is he doing the same numbers?
No, but it doesn't mean he's.
No, that's what I'm saying. So the system enhances his skill set.
Hold on one second. So what did you say? What was that question?
If you put Nikola Jokic at the Utah Jazz or the Washington Wizards,
okay,
does he have the same numbers?
Absolutely.
He's a lot.
Absolutely.
No way. No.
Absolutely.
He would be exhausted.
All right.
He would be missing shots. He would be exposed at a high level.
I'm going to tell you what.
To have Aaron Gordon and to have that system around him benefits. They benefit from the system.
Okay. So let me give you some throws that you don't watch when I watch the Nuggets play.
Okay.
I have watched him play without Jamal Murray. I've seen him many, many times play without Porter and Aaron Gordon, all these guys, and he's still putting up a triple-double. Correct. So you're going to tell me right now, if he went to Utah where he's going to get more shots, more passes, more rebounds, he's not going to have a better number.
Those things don't happen like that no more. You don't have that system around you. You don't have Jamal Murray. You don't have Gordon. You don't have these things, the attributes. So can he do it when the guys get hurt or they step outside of a game? Absolutely. Yes. That's what he's a superstar. So yes, he can do that. He can have a game or two. He can go on the street, but you're still in the system. So you're telling me who is Jamal Murray on the Washington Wizards right now?
What do you mean? Who is Jamal
What
Murray?
talent? What level of talent do we have on the Washington Wizards right now?
What talent?
I mean, I guess it's Trae
Do
Young.
you know anybody? Do you even know anybody on Washington?
Davis.
Trae Young, okay.
Davis. Okay, they have some good talent. They're just not playing this year because they want a high draft pick.
Who?
But they got talent.
The other star.
Draft pick. So who do you think that they could beat if they did want a high draft pick?
If they get Cam Boozer or AJ DeBanza, you're talking about the Wizards. Yes. You asked me. You're asking me if they got one of these three guys, could they win? Could they automatically be a playoff team? Absolutely.
They'll be tanking again. They'll be top 15 pick again.
100%. If they get one of these three guys, they're automatically a playoff team.
Based off what metric?
What metric? Davis is a good all-around big man. He is. If he stays healthy, Anthony Davis is a good player. Yeah, he's going to give you 20 and 10. And Trae Young is going to give you 23 and probably 8 assists and 7 rebounds with that team.
So who fits better for the Wizards? Who fits better?
Who fits better for the Wizards? Who fits better for the Wizards? I would think AJ DeBanza would fit better with the Wizards. Yeah, I do.
Wow.
I'll tell you, do you want me? Because Trae Young is a three-point shooter. Mm-hmm. Anthony Davis is a rebounder. He's a perimeter guy that goes in, and you need an athletic guy that you could put him on the 3. You could put him on the 4. You can move him around because he's so athletic. He could do a lot of things around the perimeter that you want a star to do, and be a good rebounder, which he's a good rebounder. Him and Anthony Davis would be dominant under the basket. So I would think the Banza would fit better with the Wizards. With Boozer fits better with a lot of teams. He would fit very well, and I'm being serious. If you look at Indiana, he would fit very well with them. The Pelicans, he would fit very well over there too. Why not?
He would fit well with Indiana for sure. Pelicans, no.
Why not?
Graveyard site.
Why not?
It's a graveyard site. Him and Zion.
They'll trade.
They
Zion.
both. It's the same. Why?
They would trade Zion. They're going to trade
franchise
Zion.
Player.
They're going to trade him.
They
tried to trade him last year. They tried to trade him last year. They're going to move him.
Well, until we see different, then we got to go with what we see.
They're going to move him for a point guard. They're going to bring a point guard in that's going to be able to play with Cam. And if not, what they'll do, especially if Caden goes into the draft this year, he'll be a second-round draft pick. They'll just draft his brother. That's what they'll do. That's what the Pelicans are going to do. If whoever drafts Cam Boozer, and if Caden goes into the draft, he's not a first-round talent. Whoever drafts Cam is drafting Caden if he goes into this year's draft. You can book it. There's no doubt in my mind. That's the route they're going to go.
The inside is that they want twins on the team, on the roster.
I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen.
Just the Saints or all teams?
Well, I want to go through the tournament. We made an argument. I want to go through these games because that's why we're here. And the St. John's game, where Dylan Darling was the darling, and he's really been the darling of this team all season long. He's been the backbone of this team. You saw when he hit that layup at the end of the game, how the players came to him. And even when they interviewed him, he says, I knew I had it in me. I knew I had it in me. I haven't been hitting a shot all game long, but I knew when we were out there and the coach was asking us who wants the shot, he says, I want to take the shot. And the coach looked at me, Rick or whatever, coach looked at me and said, you haven't hit a shot all game. And he says, I believe I have the ability to get that shot off. And he did. He got the shot off with his right hand. That was what was so impressive about Dylan Darling. He's a left-handed shooter. He usually goes up with his left hand. And Patino said at the end of the game, he says he never goes up with his right. So when he went up with his right, I was shocked. But when it went in, I was like, I was ecstatic.
Right.
So it was fun to watch Pitino and his reaction. I have never seen Rick Pitino over the years, the coaching with Louisville and Kentucky, all the great things that he has done, national championships that he's won. I've never seen him react like that. Never. Never see him jump high and smile and laugh and it was just so exciting. And they just got into the Sweet 16. This is the first Sweet 16. What was it?
Appearance.
No, not even appearance. What's the word? I had it stuck in my head, but I'll figure it out. But this is the first time they've been in the Sweet 16 for almost been 20 years, maybe more than that. It's been a long, long time since St. John's has had an opportunity to play for a national championship, because usually you got to get into the Sweet 16 to get into the Elite Eight, and Elite Eight to the Final Four and to that championship. And now they have their spot. Last year, Pitino thought that team was good enough to at least get into the Sweet 16. Arkansas was the team that beat St. John's last year. And now Arkansas has an opportunity to move on. And who they matched up against?
Arizona.
And Arizona, which is Fish's favorite and a lot of people's favorite to win the tournament. Arkansas, to me, and I'll say this. This is the first game Arkansas played. Who did Arkansas play?
They just played High Points.
High Point. Martin, and who's the other kid from Arkansas? Acuff. This is the first time that two players scored 30 points on opposing teams in the same game since 1987. 1987 this is the first time that's ever happened in an NCAA March Madness game. Think about that. That's over 30 years ago. 30 years ago. And Darius Acuff, if he decides to come out of this year's draft, is moving up in the lottery. He could get into the lottery if he continues to play this way. And if Arkansas could move on against Arizona, and he's the reason why, you're talking about and we've seen players move up in the draft. Now, right now, going into this year's class, he wasn't a top 10 pick. He's probably in the teens. I would say 15, 16. But after the game that he just had against High Point, and High Point's a good defending team. They're a good team. And Arkansas looked very, very tired in the game. They were very, very tired. It looked like they were playing on fumes. And that maybe because of their championship run and all that other stuff. Arkansas, and you got to give John Calipari a little bit of credit, because John Calipari, for years, has always gotten the top recruits from Kentucky, always been favored to go into the Final Four or a national championship. Nerlens Noel. We go through Anthony Davis. All these guys that he has coached, and Matt, and obviously Cousins, John Wall, all these guys. These guys became superstars in the NBA, great players in the NBA. He coached these guys, and he got them to the promised land. He got them to the championship game, and they had to win it. John Calipari, what he's done in the last 2 years, taking this team, Arkansas, not just once, but twice to the Sweet 16, is absolutely incredible. This was a bad program. This was a program that barely got into the tournament over the last couple of years. And now back-to-back years. And they just snuck into the tournament last year. What were they, a 10 seed?
I believe they were 9.
And I thought they were valued higher than they should have been last year. And the way they beat St. John's, one of the better teams all season long, defensively sound, and they completely crushed them on the boards offensively in that game. This game, High Point had a chance. They had a chance. And that's the thing. Now, everybody says, well, High Point's not Arizona. Well, what does that mean? If Acuff has a game like that and they're getting timely shooting and they can hit their free throws, there's no doubt in my mind. And they're a good rebounding team. Arkansas, they're a big, strong team. Arizona's had problems against big teams. They've always had problems against big teams. So you're going against Arkansas, a very, very respected coach in college basketball and even in the NBA. New York native. I'll tell you this about John Calipari. He's not going to go into a game where he's looking at Arizona and he's scared of them. He's going to go into this game. They've got time. They got 4 games. They have 4 days off before they have to play. I think they play on Thursday. That's more than enough time to get this team healthy and ready to play against an Arizona team. Yeah, it's really been an easy run all the way to the Sweet 16 for them. But Now it's going to get hard. They got to play Arkansas, and then they might have to play Purdue. And Purdue is playing great basketball right now. Arkansas is playing good basketball right now. And I'm going to tell you right now, if there's any team that I believe, Speedy, Arizona should be afraid of, it is Arkansas.
And I had that upset with Arkansas, and because I know John Calipari can slow that pace down if he has to. He can play fast with this team. This is not a traditional Kentucky type team that Arkansas has. They're playing a lot faster. They had to do that to play High Point because High Point plays a very fast-paced game. They shoot a lot of threes, and they had to keep up with them for a while. And Akoff was obviously up to the challenge. He's going to be a top 10 pick for a reason as well.
You think he's a top 10 pick now?
Yes, he looks like he's going to be. And
because before the tournament, they said
there was no guarantees. Yes,
he was a teen type of player.
He was a fringe one. I think he's really elevating his stock a little more. I think Tennessee's kid with Immense got a little more hype at the time. Obviously, the kids on Arizona, they're going to get a lot of hype. And like you said, the international ones are going to get a lot of hype. So there wasn't a...
They're saying the first international player in this year's class could fall all the way to 16 or 17.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's crazy. It's definitely possible. And performances like this are going to highlight that. And I'm curious if Arkansas's defense will be able to adjust because Arizona's going to play a lot of different types of paces because they have great size and depth with everything. And obviously Perry's the kid they have it because he's really good at shooting the 3 ball as well. And they showed that in the second half against Utah State. They struggled in the beginning of that game with Utah State because Utah State had a defense that was playing well and contesting a lot of those shots, but Arizona eventually pulled away. But like you said, Arkansas can definitely play that type of style as well. And Purdue, what makes them scary as well is they're finding that defense they had in previous years. This was a more offensive-centric Purdue team, and they held Miami to just 69 points, forcing them a lot of bad shots. They had one big run at the end of the first half, Miami, and that was really it. And Purdue, this is the best offensive team that they've had in Matt Painter's time there. And that's a scary thing. I had Gonzaga. I was wrong on that. They were just terrible the whole game. Texas.
Well, I told you about Gonzaga.
You did.
I told you about Gonzaga. I don't trust that team. They don't play well as they go deeper into the tournament. They didn't even get into the Sweet 16.
Yeah, this was their first time out of the Sweet 16 since 2014.
And to me, and that says a lot about the team and the way they recruit players. They like to keep players for a significant amount of time, and they work themselves in as they become juniors and sophomores into juniors and then into seniors. The Gonzaga is a team, and again, going into that game, and I'll say this about Gonzaga. I like Gonzaga. I do. But Texas, what they did in the game, and Texas throughout the tournament, especially in the first round, I was worried about Texas. Texas did not play well in the first round. They did not. But really, at the tail end of the season, especially their season, there was a lot of questions. Could they get enough offense? That's why they were ranked 11. They were 11th seed. Texas early in the season, they were playing good basketball, and they kind of fell off. They lost a lot of bad games, and they have a tremendous amount of offensive talent on that team. And what they needed to do against Gonzaga is they needed to control the boards, and they needed to shoot. And that's what they did against Gonzaga. Gonzaga had no answers for Texas in that game. I watched bits and pieces of that game, and I knew that Texas was going to run away with the game. And they did. Even though the game looked close, it wasn't even close.
Yeah, Gonzaga was taking a lot of bad shots. Texas was forcing them very well. Like you said, I was worried about Texas' size against Gonzaga, who has a lot of size and a good experience, but they definitely out-rebounded them. And that's a big thing for them if they're going to have to play Purdue, because Purdue has Clough, that big man, it's 7'1", I believe.
They always have a big team.
Yeah, they always do. But it's weird. Again, it's a more offensive efficient team for Purdue this year. So it might be a good formula of everything now. That being said, they still can't take it for granted the way Texas played. And they got a good coach too in Sean Miller. Like, obviously, Calipari is the best coach in that region. Then you're looking at probably two next similar level coaches right there with Sean Miller and Matt Painter, who's been pretty good for a while, but both of them had trouble getting to the Final Four. That's where they're stuck. And obviously, Purdue did 2 years ago.
Coaching is the most important when it comes to this tournament. Everybody says it's talent, and it's not. It's coaching. Look at John Shire. Look what happened last year in the Final Four. There was 2 minutes left. He couldn't get the ball in. He could not get the ball in. How many timeouts he couldn't get that ball in? And that cost him. Remember, they were up by 10 points with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. How does a team come back? How does a Houston team that really is not known for their offense come back the way they did against the Duke Blue Devils, who absolutely outplayed them that whole game? Absolutely. So, again, it comes to coaching, especially in these important games. Calipari, Pitino, Hurley, all these guys that we mentioned, not John Shire guys. I'm not putting him there until John Shire tells me he can win the big game and shows me that he can win the big game. I don't believe. And I'm going to tell everybody out there that watches college basketball religiously more than I do. I will say this. You could be a Duke Blue Devil fan. You could be a North Carolina fan. You can't lie to yourself. Hubert Davis is going to lose his job. he doesn't belong there at North Carolina. He got the job because he was a North Carolina native, and the committee loved him. And they thought, hey, this guy was an NBA player, a successful NBA player. He worked as an assistant coach on North Carolina for many, many years, and he deserved the opportunity. Same thing with Jon Scheyer. But here's the problem. And I have a story that I put out today. Well, Speedy put it out for me on comparing Jon Scheyer to J.J. Redick. And how did J.J. Redick get his job? LeBron James. And how did Scheyer get his job? Coach K. And if you compare what these guys have done in professional, in the NBA, and the NCAA, they're both failures. In 2 years, what has J.J. Redick done? What has he produced? Nothing. And what is he producing? What? He's on a 10-game winning streak, and Luka Doncic is hot, and LeBron James and him are playing well. That's what's going to sell. That's going to tell me that they're going to be an NBA champion this year. I'm not trusting J.J. Redick. And as far as Coach Scheyer, it don't matter if they get to the Elite Eight like I think they are. Scheyer is not a good play-in coach. He's not. X's and O's, I'm betting against Scheyer. If he's playing UConn and Danny Hurley, if Danny Hurley moves out and so does Scheyer, move on and they match up in the Elite Eight against UConn, they don't have a chance.
And you're seeing that kind of thing with adjustments with these veteran coaches in other regions as well. When I was worried about Houston with their offense, and I think matchup-wise, when they played Texas A&M, they catered to everything Texas A&M did in the last game, and their coach didn't adjust. Kelvin Sampson was the complete opposite, made sure that they were comfortable with the offense that they played too. And same kind of thing with Michigan State. I had Louisville winning that game because I liked the way that their depth was in that. And Q, I know you being a North Carolina fan, you've probably seen some of Louisville and their new style in the ACC.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan State had a style that's very old school, but Tom Izzo was able to adjust and get them comfortable in terms of shooting threes, getting to the free throw line enough in that game. And now they'll be taking on, like you said, UConn in that next round, who didn't play great the whole game. So it struggled. That was a back and forth game until really the end, but a big takeover with
I'm not worried about UConn. I'm really not worried about UConn.
I'm not worried about UConn.
I'm not.
UConn, it's weird because it was Reed that dominated all in the first game. It was really lopsided comparatively, like it's a more balanced ever you see with Hurley teams. But Hurley is one of those coaches you can trust to be able to get that team balanced.
We've seen this before. When they won national championships, when they won back-to-back national championships, there were games that the games were so close, you were biting your nails all the way to the end of the game. I trust Danny Hurley on the way he coaches and the way he has built his teams to find a way to win. Pitino still has to prove that with St. John's. He did it in the last round with Darling. And that was, to me, it was very impressive what Darling did because he couldn't hit a shot the whole game. Dylan Darling didn't hit a shot the whole game. I think he was 0 for like 8.
It was 1 and 5. No, 1 and 5.
1 and 5, whatever.
Yeah.
So he was 0 and 5. He was 0 for 5 or 0 for 4. And then he decides to take the shot at the end of the game. Well, Pitino obviously said, okay, take the shot, because there's no way he would have went up and took the shot if Pitino didn't say that he could. So to me, that was impressive, but I want to see him do it against an elite team. Do it against Duke. If you can do it against Duke.
Yeah, I think he's going to do it.
Okay. How much you want to bet?
Whatever. Let's bet.
All right, let's bet.
I don't know why. How are you a Duke fan but still hate the coach?
No, everybody asked me that same question.
It's so confusing.
It's a very easy question.
He
and I'm going to give you an easy answer. Jon Scheyer has always been the other guy on that roster, even when he won a national championship. Everybody's like, well, he was a good shooter. Yeah, so was J.J. Redick. And what did he win?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to hear it. That's why I had a story behind both of these guys. They're all Coach K guys, and both of them were handed the keys to a nice Lamborghini. Okay, that's what it is. The Lakers are probably the most respected NBA team in NBA history. And right now, you can argue your point. The Duke Blue Devils are probably the biggest in college basketball in the last 40 years. So, and probably the most hated, just like the Lakers. Now you have 2 Duke Blue Devils running those teams. One that's running a college team. The other one's running an NBA team. And they're both failures. They haven't won nothing. Nothing. Everybody brags about, well, look what J.J. Redick's doing right now. And look at LeBron. The only reason why he has his job because of LeBron James. That's the facts.
So you telling me he didn't go through the hiring process at all?
No.
Not really.
No.
What evidence you have of that?
I don't need evidence. I'm telling you what
happened. You got to have some evidence. You can't just make an assumption.
You're going to tell me right now. You're going to tell me right now.
I think LeBron stepped him, but he went through the hiring process.
Danny Hurley was going to get the job. Danny Hurley was going to get the job, but they didn't want to pay him $20-something million. He wanted $20-something million to leave UConn. He was not going to leave. He was not going to leave UConn unless he was getting that kind of money and be the highest paid coach in the NBA. They weren't giving it to him. So then nobody
was going to give it to him.
They put all their eggs in that basket. They thought they were getting Danny Hurley because Danny Hurley went to visit them not once, but twice. And they thought we're going to seal the deal and then we're going to close in on a contract. He said no. Okay. Then all the coaches were hired after that. Everybody went somewhere. So who did they have the lead to? They went to LeBron James. Who do you want to be coached by? Because there was nobody. There was no Luka on that team. Luka wasn't on that team.
Mark Jackson wasn't hired.
Mark Jackson hasn't been hired since he got fired from Golden State.
I'm just saying, you said all the coaches was
Jeff Van Gundy has never been hired since he left Houston.
We got some options. So, but they just chose JJ.
There was no process. He was the only one available that LeBron James wanted to be coached by. Again, if it was Luka, if Luka was there on that roster, no way in hell JJ Redick gets hired. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Wow. No matter how good they play throughout the playoffs, when LeBron leaves next year, so will JJ Redick. You could book it. You could sell that and wrap it up like a nice Christmas gift and tell Santa Claus, I'm sending it back. So
who are they going to get?
I don't know, but it's not going to be JJ Redick. It's going to be what Luka Doncic wants.
Maybe Jason Kidd if he gets fired from Dallas.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'm telling you right now, you can book it.
They're tanking everything right now besides flag.
And how about the Nebraska game?
Oh yeah.
How about the Nebraska game? I haven't reached out to Jabba. I have not reached out to Jabba yet because I know his son's best friend plays for Nebraska, and I call them the cornholes.
Oh, they were shooting a lot like that in that game.
Oh boy, were they putting on a clinic. They really were. And Vanderbilt, they had a chance at the end of the game to hit that shot, and it looked like it was going in. Yeah. It looked like it was going to roll right in. And it reminds me of a team. Coach Stevens was coaching. Remember that? And it was against Duke in a national championship. Do you remember who shot that ball? Gordon Hayward, who was another Celtic, if you remember. Failure over there with the Celtics because he couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah, he got hurt in his first game.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what it reminded me as. And
that's not a failure.
He was a failure with the Celtics. They paid him a lot of money. What did he do?
He got hurt.
He got hurt, and he got a lot of money. Got $140 million. Hey, listen, if I could get hurt and win myself a lottery of $140 million.
Paid based off what
you're paid, period.
This is paid off the future.
This isn't
you drafted.
the NFL. This is not the NFL, buddy.
That's any pro sport. You can't predict the future. You think they want to get hurt? So you get paid based off your production, which you already proven to them and what they expect you to do when you get
so he produced over there in, what was it, Utah? Yeah. Okay, so he produced in Utah. So you know what? Danny Ainge loved him so much. He gave him $148 million.
That's
Get out of here. You're on
drugs. That's how it goes.
Yeah, you know how it goes? It goes that Danny Ainge is a complete moron. He made a mistake and just paid somebody $148 million for nothing. That's what he did. I can't stand Danny Ainge. So
it's written all over your face.
Yeah, well, thank you. If you want me to be a clown, I can do that too. Anyways, to go back to the Nebraska game, I was so impressed with Nebraska throughout this game and throughout the tournament. A team that was a number 4 seed. Some people thought they were ranked a little too high. I was one of them. I thought they were more of a 6 seed. That's where I thought they were. They played sensational basketball all season long, but at the tail end of the season, they were up and down. There were games that they should have pulled off and they didn't pull off. And then going against Vanderbilt was a favored team, a team that a lot of people thought could have gotten into the Elite 8, maybe beat Houston, maybe get into the Final 4. I mean, they have everything to win. I mean, as far as defense is concerned and rebounding and scoring, they got and they're very well coached. But to watch Nebraska put on a clinic, especially in the second half, the way they shot the ball was very, very impressive. It really was. And the game was back and forth. It was just, this was probably, besides the St. John games, because everybody in New York was watching a St. John's game, but the St. John's game, but this game was probably the best all-around game so far this tournament.
Yeah, it's battle tested that a lot of these Big Ten teams are showing. Then Nebraska, the reason why they kind of slipped at the end of the season was a lot of their conference play they struggled in, and that's why I think they were projected 3 seed for a while, then fell to a 4 seed. I agree with you. I was thinking they were going to be a 5 seed originally, but they still lived up to it. Vanderbilt started slow, and I think their offensive, even their first game they struggled with McNeese. They really started slow, and they had to get a big run even to get back into the game. Nebraska played a very complete game the whole time, and they have a coach in Fred Hoiberg that has a lot of tournament experience, a lot of negative experience with Iowa State, but tournament experiences, you're getting your second wind, I guess, getting that team to go. And they played with a lot of 3-point shooting. They hit a lot of tough shots. This is a really good team that is playing like they did at the beginning of the season. Vanderbilt, I had them in the Final Four because they have experienced, good size, and had played good competition, obviously just beating Florida, and then they just got caught.
How about the story of Hoiberg and his son?
Yeah.
Going to the Sweet 16.
He's a great passer too. Like they move that offense really effectively against a team in Vanderbilt that has a good perimeter defense.
A lot of people were questioning his son and why he made this team and why he made this roster, and he has proved himself throughout this tournament to be a very important factor to this team's success. And Hoiberg, who I think is still a coach that's figuring things out and slowly but surely getting this team to play the game that he wanted them to play last year and kind of fell short for the tournament. Now you're seeing all the ability that this team has, and the perception is that this team going in and moving into the next round, and who they're matched up against in the next round, which is Iowa. And Iowa, who is been, and I'll say this, Iowa was sensational. They were sensational throughout their game, and they can defend, they can score, they can do everything. Iowa's sensational watch, and Iowa might be one of the most dangerous teams in this tournament still. I could see Iowa going to the Final Four if they can continue to play at this pace and the way they're playing. They could beat any team in this tournament. And I love the way that some of these games really have gone, even though a lot of them have been blowouts. Like the Kentucky game, that was an absolute Iowa State. What Iowa State did against Kentucky was just absolutely appalling. And Kentucky, who's been always a good recruiting school, and ever since John Calipari left them, I don't know what's going on with that program. That program is not good.
Yet they're still one of the highest funded teams in the SEC.
Well, of course, because they've been one of the most known commodities over here in college basketball. When you think of college basketball, who do you think of? You think of Duke, North Carolina, and Kentucky. Those are the 3 schools. Those are the 3 basketball schools that have been on top of the world. And those are the teams. And then you have the Indiana Hoosiers. I mean, there are teams that they're not a football school, even though they won a national championship, but they're more known for their basketball. Wisconsin is also a very good basketball school. Kansas, too, is another good school.
Michigan State.
Bob Sells. Oh, Bill Sells. Bob Sells. Bill Self. I'm sorry. Bill Self. But I think that obviously what we watch, and also Alabama, it's been very impressive what Alabama has done.
Yeah, I was going to say their coach in Nate Oates is probably the best one left, maybe maybe besides Calvin Sampson, that hasn't won a championship yet. That Alabama had like the 11th highest budget in the SEC for basketball, and they're a Sweet 16 team, and kind of thought of as a team in transition this year. Still good, but not the same level of the powerhouses that you saw with Florida and Vanderbilt. Even Tennessee and down here too, and they were very impressive against Virginia. Had more money than them, and they put together a team that went to the Sweet 16, and they look scary too on offense. They're the number 1 scoring team in the country. Now they can play defense too to go along with that. They're definitely a scary one. Iowa State, like you said, a scary one that now they face Tennessee, 2 really good defensive teams in that battle, and they played dominating on Kentucky the whole game. And Kentucky's budget, it looks really bad right now.
I'm telling you right now, you watch out for Iowa. They hit that game-winning shot against Florida. They knocked off the number 1 seed. They can be very, very dangerous. They are confident. They believe that they can beat anybody in this tournament. You heard after the game, especially when they were speaking to the media, how confident they are. I'm telling you, that's all you need. You knock off a number 1 seed. You have the confidence all the way to a national championship. So that's all you need is that little kick in the ass. And that's what we've seen in this tournament. It's been a lot of blowouts. And by the way, Virginia, that was embarrassing. Virginia has been a good basketball school and a great defensive school for many, many years. Really didn't have offense. This year was the first year that I could say they had a dual type of team. They can shoot, they can score, they can defend, they can do everything and rebound and do all that. But after losing against Duke in the ACC championship with the 2 injuries that Duke had, the 2 major injuries that Duke had, and losing that way, I just think they lost a lot of confidence. Virginia was not confident going into this tournament, and you saw it. Virginia playing a Tennessee team that they were better than.
Yep.
They're better than Tennessee. And Tennessee scored. They were playing above the game the whole game. And then Virginia came back at the tail end of the game. They fought back into the game and finally got the lead. They got a 1-point lead. And then what happens? They choked again. They could not defend and they could not rebound. The offensive rebounding from just completely from Tennessee would just dominate. They just dominated the boards. They did everything they needed to do to win that game. And Tennessee is who do they match up against next?
Now against Iowa State. Those are two really good.
Yeah.
I think Iowa State's going to blow them out. I think Iowa State's going to blow Tennessee out. You watch. Iowa State's going to blow Tennessee out.
Tennessee is a team.
Let's mark it down right now.
How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet?
No, how much they're going to beat? They're going to blow them up by?
7
you
or 8.
already lost the bet. I'm not going to take all your money.
All right. Well, when St. John's loses against Duke and Iowa State beats Tennessee, I'm going to tell you.
No, you said blowout. You didn't say beat. I mean, it depends on who's making shots in March. There's no.
All right. I'm going to say Iowa State beats them by 7 or 8 points.
That's a blowout to you.
That's a blowout in college basketball and in Sweet 16. Yes, that's a blowout.
Okay.
That's a blowout.
So we got 7 to 8. We're going to clip it and we're going to bring that back up.
Who do you have? Who do you have winning? Iowa State.
I got Tennessee winning that one.
Okay. All right. And you have St. John's winning the other one.
For sure.
Okay.
So just the opposite. You know, I'm usually right, you're usually wrong. So it makes sense.
Okay.
It makes sense.
I remember you said that. I remember you said that. Yeah. So I'll be throwing curveballs at you after Thursday and Friday, my friend.
Nice.
But I will say this. Arizona has had the easiest way to the Sweet 16. And they have Arkansas, and if they beat Arkansas, they still have to play whoever wins the Purdue game. But I think Purdue should win. I think they're matched up against Texas.
They're matched against Texas. Now, here's the thing, though. If Texas does beat Purdue, it would be funny to see Sean Miller versus Arizona.
Yeah, that's
wow.
I don't think so either. But
I think it's going to be Purdue and whoever else comes out of the Arkansas and Arizona game. And I have the Boilers winning everything. I really do. I think they match up very well against Arizona. I think they match up very well against Arkansas. And what they have done in this tournament, they've played consistent. They have been the most consistent team in this tournament. If you're watching the tournament right now, what Smith is doing right now, and he's going to be a first-round draft pick. He's not going to be a high first-round draft pick. He'll be a late first-round draft pick. But I think Braden has proven himself to be an asset for an NBA team, to look at him and be a John Stockton type of player. I think he's that kind of player. I think he could play that type of game in the NBA. He's not going to score a lot of points, but if he gives you 12 and 14, so what?
He might not be 6 foot tall, though.
He's 6 foot. He's
Maybe.
considered 6 foot. He's considered 6 foot.
There's a lot of guys who were considered 6 foot over the years, but they have to have elite athleticism to last, though, don't you think?
Muggsy Bogues, remember him?
He had elite athleticism for a 5'3" guy.
Muggsy Bogues is one of them. I can name Allen Iverson.
We're not in that era no more.
Allen Iverson was 6 foot. What do you mean that we're not in that era?
Allen Iverson, the most elite.
Jalen Brunson is probably like 6'1" when I saw him. He's not that big.
So he say Brunson's 6'1", 6'2", and he doesn't play, a super athletic game. He's a very crafty guy. You're right. That would be the guy that you model him after.
Playing the point guard position. You don't need to be.
But this guy's pass first, like it would be like you're saying, like a Stockton, more like a Speedy. What would be like a modern comp?
He's a great defender too.
Like a pass first, defense first point guard, like a Marcus Smart almost that just can't shoot. Or
yeah,
I feel like he's a little better shooting.
Might be closer to that than John Stockton.
Yeah, well, I mean, if that's the range, that's still a usable player in the NBA. At 6 foot, I don't know if he goes in the first round, even if he has a great tournament. Can't teach size.
They thought Zach Edey shouldn't be a first round draft pick, and he was drafted pretty high. So
yeah, but he's 7'2".
Right, it's potential. I keep telling you that.
Like, I just like this football thing, and you'll know this. Like every college coach that's ever lived, oh, this guy's how big? I can coach him. I'm going to turn him into whatever. Yet there's a guy who's like got really good athleticism, probably a million times better that they're ignoring because they think they could turn anybody into something just because they see raw size. If you have the 6-foot guy, they just overlook this guy all the time. So you might be right. But I think he's going to go second round if in this draft.
Here's where it goes. He's going to be an NBA player. It doesn't matter. I think he's going to be an NBA player. He's going to be a good one. I don't care if he's a first round draft. It don't matter if you're drafted after the top 10. All those, it's all a crapshoot to that. It's all a crapshoot. So if he's drafted at 11, or if he's drafted in the second round at number 3 or 4, it's a crapshoot.
Well, if they get to Arizona, that that perimeter defense that he's going to go against, that's going to be a real test. And if he could break that defense, he's got me sold. Like I'm watching Burries right now. That guy's going top 10. Like that, they weren't talking about him that high before the tournament. He is awesome out there right now. He's dominating. His shooting percentage is really high too. And like he can do it all.
Arizona doesn't like to be pushed around. They don't like to be pushed around. And I'm going to tell you right now, the Boilermen are going to push them around. If they match up against one another,
I think they're a little. I think it's a little different group. I mean, they're really tough inside. They got the 7-2 center. They got a couple other bigs they could throw at you. They got enough size compared to previous Arizona teams. I don't know. Like I really think this is the best chance they've ever had. You know, dating back, I guess almost 30 years now.
We could talk about this over and over again. And I remember so many Arizona teams that everybody, this is their time, this is their year, and it never happened.
I did it twice. Yep.
Never happened.
15 and 17.
And I'm going to tell you this, it's not happening this year. I don't care how much talent they have on that roster. It's not happening. They're not winning a national championship. They're not. They're not winning a national championship.
How are we going to do? We're going to clip all these.
I'm even going to predict that Arkansas is going to beat them. I think Arkansas is going to beat them.
Original.
I think they're going to beat them. I think it's going to be Arkansas and Purdue in the Elite Eight. That's what I think is going to happen. And I
like Purdue. But...
I love Purdue. I loved them all the way into the. I told Speed what I said in the beginning of the season.
Yep.
I had Purdue winning the national championship. I didn't even have to watch it. I watched like 2 or 3 games of Purdue. I said they're winning the national championship, and it's just. And the last time I said it, they went to the national championship and then lost against UConn.
You were on the redemption story like Virginia.
And now I have the redemption story. I have UConn going to the national championship versus Purdue, and for Purdue to win their first national championship. So
Q, it's funny because I actually took the opposite theory. I went for the regular season redemption story with your Tar Heels because they missed the tournament the year before.
Yeah, because we missed the tournament. No, you should have called me. I would have told you. We was done. It was toast. Our offense too stagnant.
I'm not sure. I said in 2024.
2024, yeah, for sure.
I had them win. I took them win it all because the year before they were the number 1 overall seed at the start of the year and they missed the tournament completely.
And then go back to UConn. And we didn't really speak much about UConn and Michigan State because that's the matchup. That's the matchup. Tom Izzo, one of the greatest coaches of all time, versus Danny Hurley, probably the best coach right now in college basketball. You could argue he is the most successful one in the last 5 years. And you got 2 powerhouses, UConn and Michigan State. A lot of people think that UConn has the advantage. I think Michigan State for years have always played against good competition. If they move on, and we've seen Tom Izzo get into the Sweet 16 and Elite 8 and win a national championships. So to say that Tom Izzo can't do it this year, that's crazy. Tom Izzo is one of the most respected coaches in college and very liked too. I met Tom Izzo at the SB Awards a couple of years ago. And Tom Izzo is not a big guy, but one of the nicest people. He laughs, he smiles, he likes to talk. He's a big football fan too. He watches a lot of college football. So Tom Izzo is a good guy, and you want to root for him. But I'm not rooting against Danny Hurley. I'm a Hurley fan, and I'm going all Hurley this year, man. I think Danny Hurley is going to surprise a lot of people because a lot of people don't think Danny Hurley has enough to get into the Final Four and win a national championship. I beg to differ. I think UConn has an opportunity this year. They have 2 big guys that can rebound, they can score. They're good offense and defensive rebounding teams, and they have enough on the perimeter, shooting on the perimeter, and they have guys that can do everything. So, and Danny Hurley is one of the meanest, God-forsaking people on a basketball court. He will get into your head early in the game. He'll be yelling at teams. He'll be yelling at players, yelling at referees, yelling at other coaches on the other sidelines. This is the guy. This is Bobby Knight. This is the new Bobby Knight. And that's what I love about Danny Hurley is he doesn't give a crap. He's going to go out there. He's going to coach the hell out of the game, and he's going to make sure that he is on top at the tail end with what 1 or 2 seconds left of the game. He's going to make sure that he is in the lead. And I'm telling you right now, as good as Michigan State is, and a lot of people have Michigan State going to the Final Four. A lot of people do. If Michigan State beats UConn, who they matched up? Duke or St. John's?
St. John's.
I think they have a very good chance of getting into the Final Four because I think the hardest team they're going to have to play is UConn. I'm telling you right now, of all these 4 teams in the East, UConn's the best one.
Yeah, they're the most balanced one right now. And St. John's, they still have to rely a lot on their length in order to be able to win even 2 games in a row, too. Now, they're a better offensive team than they were last year. Obviously, like we were saying, they have enough 3-point shooting scoring, but they still rely on their length the most. And they showed in the beginning of that Kansas game that they did that. But they're going to have to do it a lot more, especially if they played Michigan State down the road and Duke and UConn. All of them have length inside to be able to make that kind of thing work. We talked about the coaching gauntlet in that region. Hurley's the best one in the modern identity. Izzo did a great job adjusting, though, and that's going to be something that it'll be interesting to see with the days off now because they have 3 days off, how the counterattack's going to be with that coaching battle.
Hey, Errol, before we move into Speedy's talking more about the Elite Eight and Sweet 16, can I raise you a Danny Hurley and give you your other favorite Hurley, the one that played that you loved in Duke, Bobby Hurley, and his assistant, Nate Oates, when they were at Buffalo with my alma mater, bringing them to their only relevancy there ever was. Nate Oates eventually getting the first ever win for Buffalo against, ironically, Bobby Hurley at Arizona State. Nate Oates is an amazing basketball coach, and they're going up against Michigan. And I don't believe in this Michigan team, Errol. I really don't. And I really think there's a big upset coming this weekend.
I don't. I think Michigan is going all the way to the Final Four. I think Houston has the best bracket. Houston, to me now that Vanderbilt has been knocked out, Houston is a clear favorite to go into the Final Four. They're a clear favorite. And Florida's out. They're all out. So to me, there's nobody that's going to beat. As long as Houston plays at a mediocre level, there's no way Nebraska or any of those teams are going to knock them off. So I expect them to get into the Elite Eight, and I expect them to go to the Final Four, as I predicted. As far as Michigan is concerned, I think Michigan's in the easiest bracket. We argued that was the easiest bracket. Alabama is a very interesting team, and Alabama, if they're matched up against them, they could beat Michigan the way they're shooting the ball. Because can Alabama hit the shots like they've been shooting at a clip throughout this tournament? They're on an all-time high. How many 3-pointers have they hit?
Yeah,
I mean, crazy. It's crazy how many 3-pointers they've hit in back-to-back games. Can they continue to play this way? I don't think so. I don't think. I am very interested to see how Alabama is going to continue to play at a high level of scoring if they expect to beat teams like Michigan, who's very good defensively, know how to defend the 3 ball, and they're going to force them to get uncomfortable when they get inside. So, and they have great size too. Michigan has great size. So I disagree with you. I think Michigan, unless some catastrophic thing happens, I think Michigan, I think Michigan and Houston, you can book it. Both those teams are heading to the Final Four. That's my prediction. As far as UConn, I mean, there's a lot of questions over there on the east side. And in Arizona, with Purdue, you got to go through Arkansas. You got to go through Purdue. It's going to be if Arizona gets to the Final Four, they deserve it. They deserve it because that's not an easy bracket to get through. It really isn't. Arkansas is, to me, very, very tired. They look very, very tired. But Acuff, he was playing unbelievable. And if he plays at a high level like this, I don't know if teams like Arizona is going to be able to score as many points, because you like all these players that they have, and they got 2 guys that could be top 10 talents. But can they do it in the big game? Arizona has proven they've had top 10 talents over the years. One of them is playing for Utah. And how did that work out? They got eliminated pretty quick in the tournament. It doesn't always mean because you're the better team or you've been the most dominant team throughout the year that you're going to win and you're going to get into the Final Four. And I don't trust Arizona. I really, until Arizona proves to me they can get there, I don't believe it.
Yeah, and that's another one you could question coaching-wise, like you did with Shire. Like, Tommy Lloyd's been stuck in the Sweet 16. He hasn't gotten over the hump yet. Meanwhile, you talk about somebody else like Michigan and Alabama, 2 young coaches that have made the Final Four already. FAU with Dusty May. And
Michigan's dangerous. Michigan's dangerous. And I'm telling you right now, it's whoever comes out of the region with Purdue and Arizona and Arkansas, I still think Michigan is going to be a heavy favorite in that game.
So my brackets are cursed or favored, better or not, because I watched that Houston-Arizona Big 12 championship game, and Arizona handled Houston. It was awesome.
How many Elite 8 teams do you still have in this?
I have a lot, actually. You know what? Let's bring up the standings of our bracket here that we're doing right now. I'll bring it up.
The one that's laughing right now, I believe, is in first.
Right now, Q is in first.
Oh!
48, but
that hurt.
He actually isn't in first with like the total amount of points he can get. That goes to me sitting in fourth. Errol, you are only 4 points behind Q. Q's actually got a pretty big lead. After that, Nathan is sitting there. I'm
Q, I'm catching up to you, man. You're only 4 points ahead of me.
I'm telling you, and I started the show with this. Just listen to me, okay?
Listen,
I'm here to help you, okay?
You're
Just
beating
listen
me
to
by 4 points.
I will give you the game free of
by
charge.
4 points. Don't worry, Q.
How many to take the win?
How
many to take the win?
You're not going to win.
One. That's it.
I'm winning. Okay? I'm winning.
Speedy's in a lot of trouble right here, though. Speedy lost 3 of his Final Four teams. Is that right?
That's correct. Because I went for one sleeper, and Vanderbilt and Gonzaga I was high on. The other scenario I was considering.
Who does Q have in the Final Four?
All right, let's take a look.
Who does he have in the Final Four?
Q's bracket has St. John's, Connecticut, Arizona, Purdue.
Not a chance.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Oh, no, that's the Elite 8. That's the Elite 8.
That's the Elite 8? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Arizona and Purdue play each other in the Elite 8.
Here, Connecticut, Houston, Arizona, and he had Kentucky.
Yeah,
he copied me.
In that one. That's funny. This one's Errol's. Errol's got the Final Four: UConn, Houston, Purdue, Michigan.
Oh yeah, Michigan be gone after the day. After that.
Yeah. You want to bet on that? You want to bet on that one?
Michigan be out of here. That'll hurt him. That'll put him.
I'm sitting there with St. John's and Houston and Arizona and Iowa State. I love that Big 12 this year, man, and I love St. John's. That's all I got to say.
That ain't bad. That's better than Arrows.
You have 3. You have 3.
It's not better than me.
Big 12 Final Four.
I do. Like I said, I watched a lot of that tournament, Speedy. It definitely shaped my opinion.
Dude, he's going on the 1-game theory.
All right, let's move on.
A couple of games
before I get angry. I've got a lot to say to Q. It's not over yet. We got a lot more. Speedy's 6-pack of the week.
Let's have a sixer.
Hey, who wants to play Drink the Beer?
It's time for the Speedy 6-pack of the week.
You said smother. All right, since you guys are already talking about the Michigan-Alabama game, we'll start there. So, Alabama, number 1 scoring offense, 91.7 points per game, and most efficiency per possession, 1.188 points per possession against the Michigan defense, number 3 effective field goal, and number 2 shooting percentage, 38.7 allowed.
Who are you talking about right
Alabama versus Michigan. Michigan's defense against
Alabama doesn't stand a chance against Michigan's defense. Michigan is going to blow them out in this game. Alabama, if they keep chucking up threes the way they played all throughout this tournament, it's not going to work against Michigan. They're a great perimeter defending team, and they're going to make them get inside, and they're going to make them beat them inside. There's no chance in hell Michigan is going to blow them out.
You got any thoughts?
I was trying to figure out where he's going. So you going with Alabama?
No, Michigan.
He's going.
He thinks Michigan's defense is
kind of like he was
stop.
going with Alabama. I was confused.
Alabama likes to shoot the 3, though, bro. That's what they do.
I think Alabama pulls it out. I think it upsets his bracket. I like their shooters, like you said. I like them at the 3-point. And I think they're going to, I think they just knock them out. I don't think Michigan is as good as we are predicting them to be. I think we've seen the best of them.
You're an ass.
Just FYI.
He's such an ass.
And I'm just saying that, just make sure we review the tape when we get back.
Okay.
All right.
I remember you said that.
Now we'll go to the other end of that region. Tennessee and Iowa State. This will help your case, Errol, of the Iowa State blowout. Joshua Jefferson, their best player throughout the year, missed the first 2 games of this tournament. He will be coming back from injury. 9th ranked scoring defense, 19th overall in rebounding. Tennessee scoring a lot from 3, though, shooting 9 for 18. 77% from the free throw line against a very good Virginia defense.
I love Iowa State in this game. Absolutely love them. It's been a blowout really throughout this tournament. I think most of these games are going to be blowouts. And I think this is going to be a blowout. I love Iowa State in this game. I don't trust Tennessee. Tennessee, to me, should not have beaten Virginia. Virginia just didn't play hard. They didn't play at a high level. And that's why Tennessee just completely dominated them throughout the game, except maybe 5 minutes of the game when Virginia came back and then all of a sudden fell apart again at the tail end of the game. Tennessee, there's no way they're going to be able to do that against Iowa State and the way they like to score inside and like to dominate the paint. So I got Iowa State completely kicking the you-know-what out.
Yeah, I'm going completely opposite. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Tennessee got the job done. They beat UVA. I think they roll on with the momentum of beating UVA. 3 ball is falling. We're going to take Tennessee in this one.
You'll be taking balls.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. Yeah, I'm sure we will. That's why you're behind me in the bracket right now.
By 4 points. 4 points.
That's all I'm saying.
This guy, I'm behind him.
When you start listening to me, you'll start winning, okay?
I'll remember you said that. Just remember you said that.
Let's go.
All right. Let's move on to the one team we didn't really talk about much, Illinois. They've been blowing their opponents out already, too. 4th most threes they've attempted per game in the country. 7th most efficient offense against a Houston defense. Number 1 in points per game. Number 8 in opposing to assist turnover ratio.
Houston's winning this game. I think Houston defensively one of the best in the nation. They scored enough in this tournament. They're not known for their scoring. As a matter of fact, out of all the teams that are still in the tournament, they're the least scoring machine. But they're great defensively. They're great coached. I think Houston goes all the way to the Final Four. Take that and wrap it up and pour it in whatever you want. If it's milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hands, it's not going to melt in your hands. It's going to melt in your mouth because that's what's going to happen. Houston is dominating this game.
I take Houston as well. Give him credit, guys. For once in a while, he's right. So yeah, we'll take that. Yeah, give him that. I wouldn't add to nothing that he said. He spoke well on this one. Congratulations.
Fleming's real. Like the dude is real. Like that guy is going to be a name you hear for a long time. I think. I don't know if he's even like scratching the surface of how good he's going to be yet, though. So I just worry about their offense.
Donovan Mitchell.
Look, I think that's an interesting comp, and I'm sure we're going to have plenty of time to talk about those comps in the draft in a couple of months. But I feel like right now it's just, can you score enough if the other team, gets hot? Because any team can get hot. And if you're a team that can't catch up, that scares me. And I worry about that sometimes with Houston, but their defense has been so good. And you're right, Errol. Their offense is better than it's been in recent years, I would say. I think they have enough.
All right, we'll go to the other matchup in that region, the Iowa and Nebraska. You guys kind of wore out the St. John's Duke already, so I'll go to this one instead. Iowa is actually their best defensive efficiency year, even though it's still kind of low, 36th right now. One of the best three-point shooting teams in the country, number 8 overall in three-point efficiency, against a Nebraska team that they are one of the, I believe it's 6 teams left that were top 20 in both offensive and defensive efficiency in one metric, but lower on the T-rank metric, only 58th offensive efficiency. Can Iowa get the upset here?
No. I think Nebraska is going to go to the first Elite Eights. I really do. I think Nebraska has proven themselves. They beat Vanderbilt. Iowa, as good as Iowa has been throughout this tournament, they're not Iowa State. And I think Iowa hit that game-winning shot. I don't think they're going to be able to do it against Nebraska. I think Nebraska is a good shooting team. I think they're going to find a way to win the game. It's going to be this is going to be a very, very close game. But I'm going to go with Nebraska.
Well, we know why you're going with Nebraska, but we will not say. I'm gonna go Iowa. I think that Nebraska is kind of overrated to me. I think, but I like the game. I like what they do, but I'm gonna go with Iowa on this one.
All right, we'll go. Okay, Fish, what are you saying?
I was just gonna say they started 20-0. Teams don't just magically start 20-0. They had some guys get a little banged up. They got healthy in time. This team's really good. I undersold them. I think a lot of people didn't really believe in them heading in because they weren't as great in the last half of the season. They're real, though, dude. Like they're going to be an Elite Eight team. I agree.
Let's go to the other underdog, Texas, number 11 seed, the only double-digit seed to advance. They're taking on Purdue. Now,
you know what I answered to
yes,
this.
I was leaning a different angle. Like
you can lean as far as you want to lean. You're going to be leaning deep.
Texas's offense has the most amount of free throws and field goal attempts per game, playing a fast pace, good at drawing fouls. Can they do enough of that on Purdue, you think?
No.
Or is there going to be another game plan they have to adjust to?
They have no shot in this game. No shot. I expect Purdue to completely run all over them. They have been as consistent as any team in this tournament. From the first round to the second round, now they're heading into the Sweet 16. I think they've been as good as I expected them to be, and the hardest game they have that they're going to be connected to is either Arkansas or Arizona. That is it. And then they're going to get into the Final Four. I think that they've had an easy way to the Final Four, probably easier when they got into the championship against UConn a couple of years ago. I think Purdue is going to run all over them.
Yeah, I say the same. I think Texas luck will run out against Purdue unless they come out on fire and just some unbelievable game. I don't expect Purdue to lose this game to Texas.
All right,
Honestly, Errol, if I didn't have Purdue losing to them in the Elite Eight, if they were in a different bracket, I would have put them in the championship game against Arizona. I think Purdue is just unbelievable. I agree with you. I just think they're going up against a team that's, I think, is better. That's all. If they get there.
I got a question to ask you. If Arkansas plays Purdue, who do you have winning?
Purdue by a lot. I don't believe Arkansas is going to be close to Arizona in this game. Like you said, I think they're tired. I think that they went on that long haul. I think Arizona is more built for this type of season, time of the year. So we'll see.
Surprise. All right, we're going to finish with that game because I like the stat for it better. So Arizona takes the least three-pointers among the remaining tournament teams, and they're actually 358th in the country in terms of taking threes. Can they, John Calipari, whose defense is, again, not as good as we've seen other defenses for them in the past, dupe them into shooting threes?
Rebounding. I think they're a very good rebounding team. Calipari's teams have always been good rebounding teams. And if they can outbeat them on the boards, I think Arkansas will win this game. That's the problem. If Arkansas hits threes and they're going for twos, they're gonna be pushing that way they want to play, that pace of the game, and they're gonna force Arizona to get uncomfortable and play uncomfortable. And I think that's why I think Arkansas is going to be matched up very well against Arizona, because Arizona is not a three-point shooting team, and Arkansas is. So I'm going Arkansas, and I think because of the fact that Arkansas is going to make this a back-and-forth game offensively.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Arizona. I think Arizona. Well, you said they rebound better, but they don't have more rebounds than Arizona. So I'm going to say that Arizona get the best.
Not in the tournament, but throughout the year they have.
Correct. Well, we're here in the tournament. We can't go back in the past and fight those battles, okay? So as of now, Arizona is leading in regards to rebound stack. So
dude, don't worry.
I believe that Arizona will get the job done. I don't have Arkansas. I think they are tired. And their luck will run out versus a powerhouse of Arizona.
So, Q, after I pass you in the bracket over the weekend, you can kiss me on these beautiful
yeah.
You can kiss me on these beautiful pythons, all right?
Oh, boy.
You know what I'm going to say about who's going to hit the threes, though, for Arizona. Burries is going to hit all the threes they need to have hit. He's the guy that's going to shoot them. They got it. And, Bradley can get hot. He's a streaky shooter, too. So if they can get both those guys going, they can score with anybody. They
don't need a three. The three is good, but they don't need it.
They don't need it. They have Burries. Burries he had 9 rebounds in both games, and he's a guard. He's 6'4". I'm telling you, this guy's really special, and people are overlooking it. He might carry them.
Well, I believe in the Easter Bunny too. All right, that's Speedy's 6
Burries, bunnies.
Yeah, well. There's definitely a bunny involved with that. Anyways, we call this the NBA Roundtable. Yes, let's go.
Oh, that's right. Let's get into the roundtable, everybody. The first story of the NBA Roundtable. We're going to just cover about 5 different things going on news-wise in the NBA while the tournament's going. It's not exactly as exciting as what Nithin's probably up to right now. And Nithin, by the way, we got a background for you, Nithin. You can go put yours in.
I want first.
Sitting in our backstage, our great PR director, Nithin Ramachandra.
I need Brittany also.
Is Brittany on his back,
I'm
bro?
putting you on a leash now.
All right, let's get into it.
Off now.
All right, Nathan, we'll see you after. NBA's trying.
Oh, whack off.
The NBA wants to expand. They're making money hand over fist. They've figured it out. This new streaming model seems to be paying dividends already for Adam Silver and the gang over there. They're talking about Las Vegas and Seattle probably being the first two teams by the 28-29 season. They're going to start accepting bids this month, 7 to 10 billion per team. They're going to have to do some kind of realignment because that'll bring them to 32 teams. There's a bunch of people that think that is terrible for the league, that there's enough bad basketball going on right now, that we don't need more bad basketball. But as you know, Errol, money's going to win out.
I love it. First of all, you knew Las Vegas is going to do that. They're adding the A's over there. They have the Las Vegas Knights. They have the Raiders there. And I expect them to bring a basketball organization there as well. I think it's going to sell. It's going to sell out. And you have so many people going in and out of the casinos. They're going to sell out every single game over there in Vegas. And the Supersonics, bringing back the Seattle Supersonics over there in Seattle, it's an absolute slam dunk. I miss the Supersonics. I miss those Gary Payton teams and Sean Kemp. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember
Sean
those
Kemp.
teams.
That was favorite basketball player.
Well, and also Dikembe Mutombo, I think he was there too. So, I mean,
Detlef Schrempf.
Detlef Schrempf. I mean, this was an organization that was very well respected before they went to OKC. I love it. Those are two good basketball cities. I think those are two good sports cities. You have the Seattle Seahawks over there. They have a hockey team now. I think this is great for basketball to put them into cities. And I think every single city, single state should have a professional hockey team, a professional basketball team, a professional baseball team, and a professional hockey team. So I think this is great for basketball. I don't care what the NBA players say.
Yeah, it definitely is great. Las Vegas has already worked very effectively with pretty much everything so far. I was just skeptical of hockey at the time, and it boomed. Obviously, going to the Cup helped, but
Give me that chicken curry.
Boomed right away in terms of getting fan base. They're a very stable organization. Now, the Raiders are not a stable organization, but they still get good attendance record over there. It'll definitely work.
Squeeze
with
the cheese.
NBA, which is a lot more star-driven league.
Yeah, I don't see. I like the idea of getting 2 extra teams and bringing in more talent, but I'm agree with the basketball players. I think it's enough bad basketball that we don't need to add anything. If they was to take away a city, maybe like Washington Wizards, or they were to relocate the Memphis Grizzlies, I think that might have been a better option.
They have a good fan base. It would be probably more likely a team like
If
the
you
Hawks.
think it's such bad basketball, then draft right. Draft right.
No, it's not. But it's not about. You don't just get to pick any
Really?
draft that you want. No, you don't.
I mean, the Knicks
It's an
have had
investment. So some people may pick it before you get there,
Oh.
or you may have to trade picks, or you have to do all these different things. Building a team isn't just free agency and
All
pick
right.
whatever I want. Like,
All right, hold on.
there
one
has to be an
second.
agreement here.
Hold on. Phil Jackson was there. He's the greatest coach of all time. He goes over there to the Knicks. He can't build a team. He brings in coaches. He brings this in. He brings that in. Doesn't work. They bring in an agent, Leon Rose, and Worldwide West, and all of a sudden everything transitions. The Knicks are a winning team. They're an organization that can win a championship. You're going to tell me the Knicks had winning basketball? 25 years of garbage basketball. And you're going to tell me that organization was good?
It's a curse. You guys acquired good talent.
Oh, acquire what talent? Oh, I'm sorry. Let's acquire. Amari Stoudemire, his knees were dead. Okay, he had one good season. Oh, great talent. Wonderful talent. Who did they have? Every single person. Carmelo Anthony. Oh, one guy. How about Jeremy Lin?
J.R. Smith was a good guy. Jeremy Lin had another show. That was good.
Yeah, he was great for 15 games, and then he was
had a
gone.
good set.
Carmelo Anthony was crying because he was taking out the spotlight from him. Give me a break. There was no talent there. But guess what? Knicks games were sold out. It didn't matter how bad the Knicks were for 25 years.
You're telling me Memphis and Seattle games are sold out?
It's not, again, going back to Memphis.
Okay, let's go to Seattle because they didn't do too. We're talking about
that John Morant likes to pull out his gun.
Doesn't matter. That has nothing to do with basketball.
Yes, it does. It has a lot to do with basketball.
No, we make it, and media, we make it more than basketball. But that has nothing to do with basketball.
Players.
It doesn't impact him on the floor. That's what he get paid to do.
Oh,
right.
So that's
There's laws and legislation outside of the court. All right. So whatever he do outside of the court should not impact what happens on the court.
Oh, so when he goes to a strip bar and pulls out his gun, that's off the court, so they can't control their player, right? Or how about going to a basketball?
It's not that he can't control it.
Pulling out his gun because some kid pissed him off. Yeah, that's controlling.
Was he found guilty of that? I thought it was a person in the vehicle.
Interesting. Speaking of shooters,
yes,
there's one that just passed.
Come on,
the almighty Michael Jordan
give it up.
On the all-time pointless. Yes,
my boy, my
Kevin
guy.
Durant has now passed Michael Jordan for 5th all-time in scoring at 32,302 points. Next up is Kobe Bryant. Won't get there this season, but should get there next season, assuming he stays healthy, probably early in the season.
Yes,
only about 1,300 points behind him. Kevin Durant, obviously, he needed 26 points in the game against the Rockets. He finished with 27. It was a huge deal, obviously, when it happened. He already passed Wilt and Dirk this season. It's pretty impressive what he's done, Errol. Obviously, some people think he's the greatest shooter of all time. Some people think he's the best shooting big if they won't give him a shooter.
My fault, Fish. But can you give me the stat on
give you the stat.
games it took Kevin Durant to score 32,000 points over Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan played 1,000. Hold on, I'll give you the stat. Michael Jordan played 1,000. Michael Jordan played 1,072 games to Kevin Durant's 1,190. Get off it. He's not better than Michael Jordan.
I didn't say he was.
That's a season and a half more for Durant to get
All
there.
he does is chuck out threes. Michael Jordan didn't do that. That wasn't his game. So
who
please,
fault is that?
You
can't blame somebody for not shooting threes. I don't understand that.
Michael Jordan his career average was 30.1 points per game.
Ooh.
Kevin Durant's 27.1. Please go sit on it, Kevin. And
go efficiency. Do efficiency.
Michael Jordan.
Do efficiency. Without shooting the three. Do efficiency without shooting the three.
Didn't have to go to another organization to win a championship. He did it in Chicago, where he was.
And he also tried baseball and it didn't work out. It's okay.
Stop.
We have all kinds of things. We do things
that are not true
impulsively sometimes. It's okay. You don't have to take away from KD because he passed Michael Jordan. Okay?
I'll tell you what I take away from KD.
He did it. It's
He's got 10 Twitter feeds. That's what KD is doing. He's got 10 Twitter accounts reaching out to people and cursing people out. Does Michael Jordan do that? Does Michael Jordan go and talk about politics?
If you've ever talked to Michael Jordan will cuss you out. He used the word MF. It's been recorded, documented. He calls people MFers.
But will he do it on his 5th Instagram account that he uses? He pretends he's like his nephew's
what's more
best
important?
friend.
Me getting my message across and keeping my endorsement deals, or me being this superhero to Errol and Fish and losing millions of dollars in endorsements? Because I'm tough if I do it from my primary account.
All we have is our heroes. We got.
It's called intelligence. It's called pump fake. I get to get the same message out to you without getting the penalty.
Hold on one second.
Why wouldn't you do that?
You just said superhero, and I'm going to tell you this.
Oh, he's
I
a superhero.
hated Michael Jordan. Hated him. I'm a Knicks fan. But guess what? I don't hide away from greatness, and Kevin Durant is uncomparable to Michael Jordan. You can't even come close to comparing.
We're surpassed already. We already passed him on points. We're not
Michael
comparing.
Jordan played less games. A lot more less games.
How is that?
All right, we gotta put a plug in this one because we're gonna run out of time for the other topic. Speedy, real quick on this one. What do you got for us on KD passing MJ?
I mean, it was bound to happen. I think, especially with the team he's on now, with a young team, he was going to still be this prolific scorer to get to that point. And it was only a matter of time that all these records are meant to be broken in today's era.
All right,
what a great take.
This next one is something. So Luka had a 16th technical in the game against who were they playing? Goga Bidice was on the other team. Speedy. Go. I got it right here.
Goga Bagica? What a name.
Against the Magic, yes. Against the Magic. So Sunday,
Cody, he would have known.
The Lakers won. Obviously, the Lakers have been on an 8-game winning streak, and we talked about the Lakers a little bit earlier, and you can definitely get back to it in a second. But they got a big hulking center, Goga Bitadze, or Dietze.
Don't ask me to pronounce that name.
Well, apparently, he said something to Luka that Luka lost his mind at. He got his technical. Now, 16 techs, you get an automatic suspension, and that would have been a suspension for him. He is rescinded back down to 15. The reason why it was rescinded is the interesting one. Apparently, Luka said something in Serbian during the game. Goga played in Serbia and knows Serbian, and told him in Serbian that he would F-word his whole family in Serbian.
Wow. Nice. Cool.
So they took the tech away from him. And I think they probably are talking to Goga.
I would have knocked him out. If anybody talks about my family like that and tries to talk Serbian or whatever the hell he's trying to say in my language, in my born language, I'm going to punch that guy out. So as well as the NBA should, they should take that technical away from him. To me, Luka Doncic was only sticking up for his family. It's horrible to hear. And if I was Luka, and Luka's playing at such a top level, you don't want to lose your star player for one game, especially the way they're playing. So I don't blame the NBA. And the NBA always seems to help LeBron James. The LJA, the LeBron James Association, always gets their man. And if Luka is a part of LeBron James's team, one way or another, he's going to get away with it. So
yeah, and it's one of those things where I think the content of it is good to not give this star treatment to. This could have happened with anybody too, but it's definitely good that the NBA knows how corrupt their referees could be, especially with all these different language barriers.
How do you like that?
I'm not with I'm rescinding. I think that they should keep the tech on. I don't think I'm anti taking money from the athletes when these situations happen, but keep your cool. I mean, because someone says they're going to F your mom, that probably don't even know your mom or your family. You just lose your temper and just rattle them out. Like, what are we?
Hold on one second.
You're professional, and at this day, that's all that matters.
If I'm on the other side of the line and I'm an offensive player, I'm playing for, I don't know, I'm playing for the Buffalo Bills, and you're playing for the Jets, and I say something about your mom, what are you going to do to me?
Nothing.
No, you're going
to. Why would I lose thousands of dollars? That's what I'm saying. If I really want you, like sticks and stones, right? Like, what are we talking about? Like, why would you do? I'm not going to lose out on all this money just because you said, "Hey, F your mom."
You say that now.
What are we not kids? No, I deal with it in real life issues. You think in between the lines in a professional football game that we're just nice and saying, "Hey, how you doing?" and greeting each other and warm welcomes? It's dirty.
Shoot. So is half the fights in any professional sport. They all go on the ground.
This is BS.
I mean,
he said, "Come on, so now I'm gonna go get a tech." What are we talking about?
I know people that
part of the game.
Football. I've heard football players say they've laid on top of quarterbacks and punch them in the knockers over there. So you're going to tell me right now they're not going to fight dirty? You're going to fight dirty. If I say something at the line of scrimmage and I say something about your mom, you're going to try to kill me. You're going to try to clothesline me or run after me and try to dispose
in the midst of the game. That's what I'm saying. Or if I'm Luka, I go out here and give you 50. I go out here and give you 60 and say, yeah, F your mom.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Q's mother tastes like Honey Nut Cheerios.
You've never seen her. You never met her.
Oh, the old la-la technique.
Yeah. So, you know what I mean? It's like, or you could do like Carmelo and say, hey, meet me in the back and let's talk about that.
Carmelo always acted really tough about it too, but I don't know if he was actually tough about it.
No, he would have got his ass. He would have got his ass.
I mean, not. So you're gonna give Luka tough for getting attacked, but the man who went behind the scenes into the bus garage and pulled up on the man, and
how do we know? How do we know it's true?
There's footage of Carmelo Anthony waiting for Kevin Garnett to come out.
The bus was gone. That wasn't his bus. His bus was gone.
It was waiting for Kevin Garnett.
The bus
Do you
was
really
gone.
think Carmelo
had
was
Iman
something to Kevin Garnett, though?
was his witness.
Dude.
that he was there?
That
What are we
bus that
talking
he was
about?
standing next to, that wasn't Kevin Garnett's bus.
Okay,
They
let's
were
say
gone.
it wasn't.
They were
He was
gone.
there waiting for Kevin Garnett.
He was waiting
That's the
because we
point.
knew he wasn't there. That's why.
So he just killing time.
Yeah, pretty much.
Come
Trying to
on.
be a
He
tough
just-
guy.
Yeah,
Trying to be a tough guy.
time. Yeah, right.
Well, I remember Carmelo throwing punches at a certain friend of the show on the Knicks once upon a time that looked kind of wild, and I would trust Kevin Garnett to win that fight against Carmelo if that actually did
and I've
happen.
seen Kevin Garnett get
So would
punched in
I.
his face and not do nothing.
Interesting.
So, you know,
I wonder
don't
what would
think-
happen. I
These
wonder
guys
what
are
would
not
happen.
that tough, and it's okay.
I think maybe the moral of the story is basketball players not that tough.
They're not. And
Some
they
of
know
them
they're
are.
not.
So they say, what's his face on
Yeah,
the
there's
Heat?
an
The guy's like
exception to
36. Johnson was it?
There's
Jalen
an exception to
Johnson?
the rule and everything. So
Everyone's got somebody who's like a ninja in there.
for sure.
All right, last one. Let's just talk about the playoff picture right now. Starting off with the Western Conference, the Thunder and Spurs have the top 2 seeds locked up. It looks like Oklahoma City is going to hold on. They're up 3 games. Let's see. We're at about 11 games left for both teams. So that's already over. The next thing that talk about is who's going to have to play in the play-in game. And the Suns are kind of stuck in that 7 seed. They have 40 wins. The teams above them, though, have 44, so they're going to need some help. The Lakers are in 3rd right now with their winning streak. They're 9-1 in their last 10. They're at 46-25. The Rockets are at 4th. Everyone's actually tied, but statistically slightly ahead, 43-27. Then the Nuggets and Timberwolves are both 44-28 for the 5 and 6 seeds. In the play-in game are going to be the Suns, if they can't break into that group, the Clippers, who are under 500, along with the Trailblazers, and Golden State. Looks like Golden State will end up in the play-in game, even though they are hot garbage. What do you think about that Western Conference?
There's really nothing to say. We expect OKC to be the number 1 seed. They've been the best team in the NBA all season long and played dominant basketball. So we expected that. And the Spurs being number 2, there's a lot of questions with the Spurs. Can they get into the playoffs and win big games? We've seen it this year. They've played good teams and they've played at a high level, and they played bad teams and played at a low level. They've got a tremendous team. They've got a bunch of good young players. I love Dylan Harper. I love Wembanyama's been very, very good. He's been a lot better than I thought he was going to be. And Castle, he's been sensational too. So they've got a ton of great players. De'Aaron Fox is still there. They've got talent. As far as the Lakers are concerned, I expect the Lakers to stay at 3. I think the Lakers are the 3rd seed. They played very well against the Knicks this year. We've watched them play. I've watched them play at a high level. They're playing right now. If you look at it, they've won 9 games in a row. They're the hottest. Besides the Thunder, who right now have won 11 games in a row, they are the hottest team in the NBA. And they're playing at such a high level. So the Lakers, the Rockets are the dangerous team. Out of all these teams, from the Nuggets, the Timberwolves, the Suns, the Clippers, the Trailblazers, all these teams, the Rockets, whoever matches up against the Rockets moving forward in this tournament, they've got a ton of young talent. They have a very good coach who needs to stay away from the women. But if he stays away from the women, this guy is a great coach at a high level. He's been coach of the year. And they have Kevin Durant, who can score at a high clip. But we've seen Kevin Durant in big games not score at a high clip. So what Kevin Durant is going to show up week in and week out for the next couple of weeks until the playoffs? That's the question. And hopefully they keep him healthy, because Kevin Durant, as they move over the years, with Golden State, with OKC, he was never 100% healthy in any of those years. So he has to stay healthy. He's an older guy. I want to see him play at a high level. And we remember the Chris Paul times with James Harden. They could never get over the hump and play at a high level because they couldn't keep health. And that's the most important thing, staying healthy and being healthy for the playoffs.
Yeah, I was always on the Nuggets for a while, for much of the season, as being the number 2, the biggest threat to OKC, but they've started to struggle this last couple months. We'll see if they get back on track.
It's the Rockets.
Yeah, the Rockets are interesting because they've not played as well offensively as a team in the second half of the season, but defensively, they're still one of the best teams. Like you said, Durant could take over the game at any time if he does stay healthy. That's very interesting. The Spurs, they're very well-rounded. They probably look like the second best team in the NBA right now, but they're very young all at once. OKC's obviously their crown until somebody takes it.
Yeah, I think OKC is the favorite to come out. I think I was with you, Speedy. It's my first time ever disagreeing with you. I don't know what's up with you tonight. But I think that The Spurs, Wemby is still tender. I think he's about an offseason away from being a total dominant player right now. I don't think he's going to be able to stay and sustain health in a long series. So if it matches up with them in OKC, I think OKC beat them at 4-2, 4-3 at worst. But I do think that Denver is a sleeper. Another team that nobody's really talking about is the Timberwolves. I think the Timberwolves have exactly what they need. I think they have missed the mark from a schematic precision in the playoffs as of lately. But I do think they have all the talent and the ability to knock one of the big guys off. But I do think it's either OKC and Denver is the favorites out of the West.
No way. Houston is definitely going to
Houston
be one.
doesn't have an offense. They don't have an offense. I love KD, and he's my favorite, but they don't have an offense. When you actually look at the game, they struggle with scoring.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
I watch the games. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
So they struggle with scoring, but they're still putting up 100 points a game.
That's because nobody plays defense. I can tell
They're
you
a good
that.
defensive team. They're a good
When
offensive
you
team.
get to the playoffs, things shrink down. The court shrinks.
Yes.
There's a different moment. We're not playing free-for-all basketball,
It
pick and
becomes
roll.
a half-court game. And you're
What?
going to tell me right now the Nuggets have a better team
Yes.
and a better roster than the
Yes.
Rockets don't?
So,
They don't.
Errol, as far as scoring, they actually are like the third lowest of all the 10 teams that are in the Western Conference playoff picture right now that we just mentioned. So they are a lower scoring team. It's been more second half of the year. I was on this as well with Houston, and their scoring kind of going down, just not running really great offense right now. I think it might just be like a weird meshing situation with the old KD.
All right.
They're relying on him too much. They can't get no scoring.
Saying they don't score a lot.
Amir don't score.
All
Don't
right.
shoot.
All right. Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah,
Let me say something.
Let's hear it.
Rockets and Spurs. They scored 120. Rockets and Raptors 113. Rockets and Nuggets. The lowest score they had was 93. Now look, 107, 92, 116, 117, 123. Tonight they're going to score over 100. They're not a bad scoring team. And in the playoffs, it becomes a defensive game. And guess what? The Rockets are one of the best defensive teams.
They're not.
Yes, they are. Yes,
They're
they
not.
are.
They're
Yes,
not. Why still play? Did you see what happened when they played the Lakers?
Oh, please. The Lakers.
Did you see what they played? What I'm saying, these are the teams they're going to have to play. What are you talking about? You think they're going to be playing? Who you think they're going to be playing?
Remember I said this. The Rockets are the team to watch.
They're not. They're scary because of their talent, potential, but they're not going to be any type of threat in the playoffs. Trust me.
Okay. And so are your Celtics. So are your Celtics.
No, Celtics going all the way.
All right.
Speaking of those Celtics, Eastern Conference, real quick, those Celtics have fallen back a little bit. They're only a half game ahead of the Knicks right now for second. Obviously, the Pistons are 51-19, but they lost Cade, so that's a problem. Cavs are at fourth right now, and those are pretty much going to be the top four in some order. Then you have the Raptors and Hawks in a dead heat for 5 and 6, with the Sixers, the Magic, and the Heat, and the Hornets are all within 2 games of each other, 5 through 10, and the Bucks are not going to make it. So those are the only teams that are available, but it's a real crapshoot between 5 and 10. Who's going to have to be in that play-in game between Toronto, Atlanta, who have the spots right now technically, the Sixers, the Magic, the Heat, and the Hornets?
Well, the Celtics have the easier schedule out of the two, so they should hold on to that number 2 seed. But they were the number 2 seed when they played the Knicks in the second round last year, and we know what happened. And I don't want to hear that Tatum went down. He was down at the end of the third game when they got their butts whipped. So, and they were down 3-0.
Who's won recently? And we were up by 20, first of all. But it's the championship hangover. But who's won recently? Celtics or the Knicks?
What do you mean, who's won lately?
Like, who's actually won championships in the games?
Oh, stop with this championship crap.
No, what are we talking about then? Are we just talking about recreation?
No,
are
we're
we talking?
about this year.
Is winning the solution?
This year. This year. Not in the past, buddy.
We would beat y'all no matter what.
All right. When the Knicks match up against the Celtics, we'll have a bet.
Correct.
And if you lose, you got to do something stupid on this show.
Okay. I ain't worried about losing unless there's a catastrophic injury.
Remember you said that. You're gonna have to do something.
Unless there's an injury that's catastrophic, I
don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear injury.
No, that's a part of it.
We will definitely come back to this. We got a couple of bits that we can do to come back to this. Speedy, real quickly, what do you got for us with those play-in mix, that 5 through 10?
I would say the Miami Heat, definitely with the coaching, is definitely the best. I think the best shot. Toronto's got the upside. They're the only two I really trust.
All right, Errol, we got our guest in the backstage. Got one thing we got to do still.
Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, we call this the golf clap of the week.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap.
And ladies and gentlemen, the golf clap of the week goes to the Seattle Seahawks as they signed their stud wide receiver to a 4-year, $168 million contract. And listen to this deal. He is the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL now over Jamar Chase, $42.15 million per year and $120 million guaranteed to JSN. Jackson Smith-Njigba has been the best wide receiver. You can argue him and the one over there with the Rams who had a great season all season long, Puka Nacua. These two guys are the best young wide receivers in the NFL, and Jackson Smith-Njigba deserves it. He had a great playoff run, and he played at a high level all season long, and doing what he was doing over there with the Seattle Seahawks with a not a young quarterback, a rookie quarterback in Seattle, because he was just signed a 3-year deal in Sam Darnold, who he had to learn the offense on the fly in the offseason and then have an opportunity to play with Jackson Smith-Njigba. This was a great year for JSN and very well deserved. They need to pay their young superstar, and they did. And off they go. As I expect Jackson Smith-Njigba to have another good season and play at a high level. So congratulations to JSN getting his $168 million. And that's a sell, and you can send that off to anybody you want. I mean, I've been watching a lot of Top Gun. Anybody watch Top Gun? I've watched the movie a million times, and I'm watching the Maverick movie. It's on Showtime all the time now. So every time I pop on the TV, I'm watching it. I'm like, oh, I like this movie. I'll watch it. It's a great speed. I got a great question in Top Gun, but you have to watch the movie before I ask you that question. Anyways, have you seen the new Top Gun?
I did.
Okay. Do you remember the last shot that Maverick had before he loses all his bullets to knock down the plane? Do you remember what number that was?
Oh, the number?
I'll give you a hint. He was a former great New York Knick.
Ooh. 33?
That's right. Patrick Ewing.
I thought it was a 3. I wasn't sure if it was 33 or 31.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
It's a good question. All right. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting, and we're very happy to have him on. He's a friend of the show and also a friend of our new co-host, Mr. Q himself. We will be talking to former Jaguars, Broncos, and Cowboys defensive end Jeremy Macy. But first, our Sports Minute.
The New York Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
What is up, everybody? Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories before we get into the scores this evening. In news that will hopefully rejuvenate Central New York basketball fans, the Syracuse Orange announced on Sunday that they are hiring former Siena head coach and former championship-winning point guard for the Orange, Jerry McNamara, as their new coach after relieving Adrian Autry of his duties when the Orange missed the tournament for the third straight year a week ago. Autry went 49-48 with the Orange, who are looking to their past to fix the present in one of the program's heroes. McNamara seemingly got the job from his Siena team's incredible performance this season, making the tournament as a 16 seed, winning their conference, and then giving Duke everything they could handle in a near upset in round one. After the game, Duke coach John Shire, considered by some as one of the best coaches in the college game, made a point to say that McNamara outcoached him while giving Siena their flowers after the round one game. Expect McNamara to bring the grit back to the Syracuse program as his Siena players never came off the court, similarly to how he played. Interestingly enough, McNamara played more man defense than the Boeheim 2-3 he ran in college, but don't think he doesn't employ it or won't even do it more with better recruits and a bigger budget back with the Orange. McNamara, who won the 2003 national championship as a freshman alongside Carmelo Anthony, played from 2002 to 2006 and joined Boeheim's staff shortly after, coaching from 2009 to 2023 before taking the Siena job. Being Boeheim's favored pick for the job certainly didn't hurt, and his experience and reputation give Syracuse the best chance they could have possibly gotten to become relevant and maybe even a power once more in college hoops. And in a story that just makes you want to shake your hand at the New England Patriots, much like their new QB2 does in celebration, the Patriots announced earlier on Monday that they have released quarterback Josh Dobbs and are intent on making the pride of North Jersey, Tommy DeVito, the backup for quarterback Drake May in 2026. DeVito was number 3 quarterback last season after backing up one bad quarterback after another, including Daniel Jones, until this past season when the Giants drafted Jackson Dart. DeVito had his moments with Big Blue, including some wins, some antics, and lovable Italian stereotypes being dusted off for the first time since The Sopranos ended its run as a top 5, if not number 1 overall show of all time. DeVito will likely be the in case of emergency break glass quarterback just like he was last year, as barring injury, Drake May is going nowhere from the starting lineup after finishing runner-up last year to Matthew Stafford in MVP voting. The Pats are going to have a hard time making the Super Bowl again after having the 5th easiest schedule in NFL history, according to statisticians. And although this is great news for DeVito and his fans, if he has to go in for Drake May, well, Pats fans, you guys can just forget about it. All right, in basketball right now, 3 minutes, 16 seconds left to go in the fourth. The Pistons, without Cade Cunningham, have a 3-point lead on the Lakers, 105-102. With 6:10 left in the fourth, it's 118-109 Pacers over the Magic in Orlando. It's 120-100 Thunder over the Sixers, just wrapping up there with under 2 minutes to play. It's 115-90 Spurs over the Heat with 8:30 left to go in the fourth quarter in Miami. It's the Hawks all over the Grizzlies, 102-67 with just under 3 minutes left in the third quarter. At the half, the Bulls have a 65-48 lead on the Rockets. And the Raptors and Jazz just got underway. Still to come tonight, Warriors, Mavs, Nets, Trailblazers, and Bucks, Clippers. Only one game in action in the NHL right now, and the Rangers are losing at home 2-0 to the Senators. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our NYS Sports Loudmouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure you like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Q, and Speedy for our guest on New York Sports Loudmouth.
We're back. Hello? You're listening to the New York Sports Loudmouth.
Carl plays with himself. Hoops gets no coots. Tuck my Indo. You want my cream pie? Make her squirt, make me jerk.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to New York's Sports Loudmouth. My name is Errol Marks, my co-host, Mr. Q, Quentin, Popoles, and Speedy Petey. Executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman on the board, Tommy Poops in the back end. Hopefully not wiping his own ass, Mr. NR himself, Nith. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the New York Sports Loudmouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 6:45 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all the shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And we changed our time. It's 7 p.m. I got to get this off the lip. It's the first show of the week, and it's the first show with Quentin Copel. So I want to apologize. We'll get it right, ladies and gentlemen. And our show is brought to you by Omaha Steaks. They're giving extra 10% off on all orders to New York's Sports Loudmouth fans. Just click our link at www.omahasteaks.com/Jabba-in-the-Mouth, or go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click the Omaha Steaks logo. And like Speedy always says, he likes them long, he likes them thick, and he likes them juicy. So if you like them all with that, you get 10% off if you hit the omahasteaks.com/Jabba-in-the-Mouth link, or just go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click the Omaha Steaks link. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for not the first time, not the second time, not the third time, but probably the fourth or fifth time he's been on our show, we're happy to have him on. We are now talking to former Jaguars, Broncos, and Cowboys defensive end, the one we call Mr. Mincy, Jeremy Mincy. Jeremy, what's up, buddy?
What's happening? What's happening, everybody? How y'all doing today?
Bro? What's going on with you?
Oh,
Q!
There you go. We here.
So we went back and forth. So this is Q's first show as a partner in the show. And Speedy was asking, well, who do you want to have on in your first show? And he said, we mentioned you. And he's like, oh, me and Jeremy are great friends. We talk all the time. And I was like,
absolutely.
So Speedy was like, let's get into your connection with Quentin Copels, all right? Because obviously you guys play for opposing teams. And you have to hate each other on a football field. You can't love each other. You can't have this love fest.
Yeah, we D linemen. What do you mean we can't hate? We gotta hate each other. We hate O linemen.
Are you hate? You can't love another teammate, another guy. You can't. You can't.
You can.
All right. I don't know why
you can't.
So
it's like I love my son, but sometimes when he get out of order, you got to spank him on his butt.
Right.
Well, this is something. Listen, first of all, I don't want Q or you smacking me on the butt. All right.
No worries.
There's no way I'm allowing that. There's no way I'm allowing that. But the fact here is, when you're playing football against one another, you're playing for opposing teams. You're not supposed to like each other. At the end of the game, you want to kiss and make up, and you want to, I don't know what you guys do in your private life, but hey, whatever you guys like to do, that's great for you. But you got to hate each other. I mean. No. You have to.
Why?
I mean,
why do you insist on telling?
I've learned to hate people until the score says 0-0. You know what I mean? 0-0-0. You know, so
0-0.
I mean, remember, it's still entertainment. It's only entertainment.
That's it.
This isn't Gladiator. This isn't Gladiator. This isn't.
We're not going against each other though. That's what you realize. We're not going against each other. So
I mean, that's just the truth. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of us rock with each other, but when the pad's on, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to do none of that. Not before the game. Now, after the game, we can change jerseys. We can go eat some Subway or whatever you want to do. But when the game on, it's on. That's just that comes with experience.
Hold on. You're telling me you're a cheap date. Is that what you're telling me? You're going to take a guy to Subway? You want to go to a steak dinner? You don't want to go to I'd rather go to Applebee's or Fridays before I'm going to Subway. Why Subway?
I mean, it's in New York, right? It's a New York thing, right? I had to use it.
Get some street meat. Well, hey, on the quarter.
You guys are professional athletes. You guys are making the dough. I mean, take me to a steak dinner. Yeah, I'm not a cheap date. If Q comes out here, I'm taking him to a steak dinner.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm just using that, as a little, poke a little fun at the New York, the New York Times over here.
New York Times. No shit. Journal. You don't have newspapers here anymore. Nobody wants to write. They're going on social media. They're posting up crap. We got Kevin Durant, who owns like 10 Twitter pages. Nobody cares about newspapers anymore. They care about how many people are following this guy, how many people are following Jeremy Mincy, how many people are watching his YouTube channel. That's all they care about now. They don't care what you're writing. It's so wrong. I just don't understand it. These young kids, we got Zoot in the background and Dom, all these interns, these guys that they're just like the new age personalities and back end interns that are going to want to do this and want to be a part of this business in the future. They're like that new age type of person, personality or journalist that we want or we're looking for in the future. And us, we're old guys. I mean, Q is a little bit younger than me.
I'm younger. Yeah. I'm not. You keep the old guys.
Don't do Job Chamberlain thing. Don't you do a job of chamberlain.
I can keep that.
Don't you do that. Don't you do that. You're making it seem like I'm as old as dirt. I'm not as old as Moses. I wasn't born in the BCs. I was born now. So I'm a little bit older than you. I'm about 9 or 8 years old.
You celebrate 50 next year, so that's cool.
Get out of here. Now you're really making it seem like I'm old. But Jeremy, you watched the game this year, and your Broncos, and I'll say this, I'll be very, very nice. The Broncos got very lucky. We lost Jeremy. I don't know what happened to him. He disappeared off the face of the earth. He's gone. I think he put a block on after I was attacking him where he was going to take somebody to Subway. I mean, something. But we'll get Jeremy Mincy back. But I just want to say something. I watched the Broncos game, and me and you were talking about this, and what really, and tell Jeremy Mincy to go in and go out. That's probably what happened. Something happened with his internet. He'll just have to pop right back in. The fact here is that catch by Cooks, that was a catch. That was a catch. The Broncos got lucky that the referee took that away from him away from the Buffalo Bills, and it cost the Buffalo Bills an opportunity to play in the AFC title game. If Buffalo matched up against the New England Patriots, I believe the Buffalo Bills would play in the Super Bowl, and maybe the Buffalo Bills beat the Seattle Seahawks. I really do believe that. Now, it's again, you don't know, and I know that's what you're going to say. How do you know? I'm telling you, I would have trusted, and I'm trusting a guy like Josh Allen, who's one of the elite quarterbacks in the league, than a third string quarterback that played for the New England Patriots, who was playing in the snow. I would trust Josh Allen in the snow than anybody on the Broncos, including Bo Nix. So to me, I think that play and that call at the end, it wasn't overtime. It was overtime of the Buffalo Bills game and Broncos game, gave the Broncos an opportunity to play for a Super Bowl and play against the New England Patriots. That was probably the worst AFC title game we've ever watched. It was really boring. And we're still waiting for Jeremy Mintz. Looks like he's back.
My gosh. People blowing my phone up. It just froze everything up.
Well, tell everybody to cool and chill out. All right.
Goodness gracious.
All right. So I was talking to Q, and we were speaking about this whole Josh Allen thing and how Josh Allen was screwed to play in the AFC title game because that ball was caught by Cooks, and for some reason the referee took it away from him, that it was ripped out of his hands. He was down on his knees. He had the ball. He had control of the ball. But somehow the Broncos got lucky. They took the ball right back down the field, and they won the game, and they played the Patriots in the AFC title game, and we all know what happened. Do you believe that was a catch, yes or no?
Yeah. Absolutely. Listen, I've been through that before. It seemed like the same scenario that happened with us versus Green Bay in 2014. Go look at that. It's like they want who they want to win sometimes, I feel, So it is what it is.
So you're telling me that the NFL is rigged. Is that what you're telling me?
I wouldn't say that. I would just say,
Don't lie to us now.
Mysterious things. I mean, think about that sequence you just said, right? And compare that to the Dallas Cowboys 2014. That sounds so similar. Aaron Rodgers came right back and scored after they ruled that incomplete by Diaz. So it's the same. To me, it's the same scenario. That's kind of fishy if you think about it.
Do you think they beat the New England Patriots if Bo Nix was healthy?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So their acquisitions this offseason, they added a wide receiver in Jalen Waddle. They add an explosive wide receiver, a guy that can go out there and catch the ball in a Sean Payton offense. I mean, he's explosive. They have Cortland Sutton. They're explosive. They have a good running game. I don't think they have any weaknesses, including their defense. Are they the favorites of coming out of the AFC, and why?
I don't know. It's gonna be a toss-up. The AFC is always tricky. 1 year you got the Texans might go on a run, then you got Jaguars going on a run. I mean, since Brady left, it's for the taking for anybody, honestly. Since Brady and Manning been gone and Big Ben and all those greats, like it's up for grabs, man. And it's gonna be an exciting year this year to watch.
What was the Jaguars doing? What was the Jaguars year? Missed that one.
No, the Jags didn't do bad. They ain't do that bad.
No, they didn't do bad, but you said it could be the year. What year was? That's how I'm trying to figure out what year.
I mean, come on, Q. We've beaten you guys.
The
now.
Jaguars.
Come on. At our worst, we beat you guys. So I mean, come on now.
Everybody beats the New York Jets.
Wow.
You're attacking the Jets. I'm a Jet fan, but it's the truth.
Apparently not.
Not a lie.
It doesn't look like you're a Jet fan today.
Q, come on. Are we lying to each other here? The Jets organization has been a debacle, an absolute debacle. An organization that doesn't know how to pick a coach, doesn't know how to pick a GM. Now, maybe they're right. I think they're in a really good position. I think Darren Moji is going to be a good GM. He's proven to me that he knows what he's doing. We still are waiting to see what Aaron Glenn is all about. And that's going to take one more year. And if he doesn't put up or shut up this year, he's going to be gone. And the Jets are going to be looking for, yet again, another head coach. So we're not going to lie to each other here. I'm a Jet fan. But I'm not going to sit here and say, well, the Jets, they're a semi-good organization. They're a terrible run organization. So are the Giants. The Giants haven't won anything since 2011. Okay? The Giants have been a debacle of an organization too. We all know what was going on with Steve Tisch a couple of months ago. We know the whole Epstein thing, and he should be losing his position over there with the Giants. John Mara, he just decides to get rid of their best, most explosive player in team history for nothing. That made a lot of sense. And then they give Daniel Jones a big time contract, and they bring in a Waller, it was in and out. The guy couldn't stay healthy. I mean, everything the Giants have done, everything the Jets have done over the last couple of years, they've fallen flat on their face. So New York football has been garbage, except the Buffalo Bills. And that's why I think the Buffalo Bills adding DJ Moore this offseason gives them just as good a chance as the Broncos. I think those are the two most reliable teams in the AFC this year.
Same results, different year.
I don't know. I think my Jaguars going to surprise y'all, too.
Oh, stop.
Hold on. We've been to the playoffs more than y'all, man. These last 10 years, we've been to the playoffs more than you guys.
But to do what, though?
I mean, but we were still a step ahead, you know what I'm saying?
I give you that. One step. One step and you come back. Come back, one step.
At least we get the T-shirts.
Yeah, you do. They don't go to Africa.
Hey, Jeremy. The only thing that you guys have on your team is a mascot, and his name is the Gremlin. Okay, that's it. Travis the Gremlin.
Why do you hate Travis so bad?
Why do I hate him so bad? Well, I met him at
I know why. My fault. I forgot.
I met him at the best, remember?
I want to hear the story.
Yeah,
so I went to the Heisman Trophy dinner. All right. It was my first Heisman Trophy dinner. And I thought Ashton Genty should have won the Heisman Trophy. That was my opinion.
I agree with that. I
thought he was the best player. So did every single media person there thought that he should have won, including the quarterbacks that were there.
So how did he not win? If all the media players got it.
So hold on. So Deion Sanders was there, and Deion Sanders was, Deion Sanders. He likes to open his mouth. And so we were up there, and they were taking pictures with the Heisman Trophy before they were going to the stage. And he was talking to Ward about, Cam Ward, about playing here in New York. And he was like, he's like, I like the Jets and the Giants. He said, the Jets? Why would you want to play for the Jets? And I looked at Travis Hunter and I said, and who are you playing for? Who's going to draft you if you're a top 5 pick? A crappy team. And by the way, we don't need you because we have a guy named Sauce who's much better than you. And I walked right past him, and we had Scooby on the show from the Wall Street Journal who came and he said, I cannot believe you said that in front of the media. I said, I can't believe you said that as loud as you did to the media. And I told him straight out. I walked right out of the room, and Travis Hunter gave me one of these looks that he wanted to rip my freaking head off my body. And I'll never forget when he came back in, when he won the Heisman Trophy, I was sitting right in front of him, and I raised my hand, and he would not answer my question. So that's why I hate Travis Hunter. I don't like him. I don't like him. I think, to me, giving him the name the Gremlin, I mean, maybe that gives him some kind of abbreviation to his name. I mean, he's a failure. I said to everybody he wasn't gonna have more than a touchdown.
Here you go with this failure, man.
He's a failure.
How he a failure? He ain't played yet. He don't
He
have
ain't done
enough on his
nothing.
resume to be a failure.
He's
gonna have a big year this year.
He need to stop playing wide receiver. You can say that. But outside of that, he good.
By the way, our executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman, said he's going to be a better wide receiver. I said, nope, he's going to be a better corner in the league. That would be the only way he was going to be successful.
We knew that was going to
I said that he was going to be a corner, and he should not be playing two-way football. I never thought he should be a wide receiver. I don't know if he has it in him. I look at the wide receivers and the athletic gifts that and I'm not saying he's not athletically gifted. I just think I look at Jamar Chase. You look at Jefferson, all these guys, they're great route runners. I don't think Travis Hunter is a great route runner. That's my opinion. Watching him play college ball, he played for a team in Colorado. Who did they play? How many top 25 defenses did he play his final year to win a Heisman Trophy? Why? Because he played corner and he was a wide receiver. He won the Heisman Trophy? No, because Deion Sanders was sitting up there every single week saying, I've got the best player in the world, and he plays like me. Yeah, give me a break. To me,
he probably was the best player, though.
He wasn't.
Best athlete, for sure.
He was, yeah, because he played
when he was in Colorado, nobody was touching him.
Hold on one second. So you're telling me,
athletic wise, best athlete.
He is a superb athlete.
Yeah, best athlete. You got to give it to him. Now again,
he is
you
now,
like the data, but best athlete.
Right now, did he have a better season than GNT? No,
nah.
But athleticism,
yeah,
not close.
I'm going to tell you who has a better athletic gifts than he does, and that's Cam Ward. I watch Cam Ward, and I've watched.
Get out of here, bro.
I'm telling you. You got to watch his training. You got to watch his training.
A quarterback has more athletic gifts than a corner.
Absolutely. Remember.
Flip this, because this is going down in history.
This is history.
Yeah.
You can flip whatever you want. You can flip pancakes. You can flip burgers. This one. I believe Cam Ward. I've watched this guy's training. I watched the way he trains, the way he runs, the way he's persistent. I think he has better athletic gifts, more athletic, and he's a great basketball player, by the way. Much better than Travis Hunter. I believe
paid to play football.
I'm sorry.
You paid to play football.
Is that what you're going to tell
me? Playing recreational basketball is not for
I would tell you that Cam
to the equation.
I would tell you that Cam Ward had a better season than Travis Hunter. So who was playing football?
Based off what though?
But remember, Tony Romo was Mr. Indiana in basketball.
Oh,
but you know he's not
nowhere near.
And he almost made the tournament, the U.S. Open. Who cares?
Yeah.
Stop making it about his best sport.
Exactly.
The fact here is, when I look at athletic gifts, and everybody says, "Well, this guy plays two-dimensional football. He's a wide receiver and he's a corner." I watched him play both positions. I watched him. He's definitely a better corner than he is a wide receiver. When he was putting up those numbers, he wasn't putting up those numbers as a wide receiver against elite defenses. Those are the facts. Go look at the teams he was putting up big numbers against in the nation. They weren't good. None of them were top 25. None of them. So
we agree that he shouldn't have been playing wide receiver. We all in agreement on that.
All right. So what makes him so athletically gifted?
You have to look at the film. You can't just sit there and go based off numbers. You got to look at the ability, the way he locked down players, the way he was reading routes, his athletic ability, the way he was unorthodox in the air and picking the ball off. Like you got to look at different attributes besides what's showing up on the paper.
Yeah, he definitely a special athlete, man. Like, I mean, he is. I mean, I just
take it away from him.
It's hard to get around that. Like, if I was you, I would feel that way too. I don't care if he got the stretchiest hamstrings on the planet. But
that's not why I don't like him. I mean, that's just one of the reasons why I don't like him.
Now Lamar Jackson, quarterback wise, is about the only athlete that can kind of match Travis Hunter.
Not Cam Ward. No disrespect to Cam Ward.
No disrespect, not at all. But maybe Lamar. Yeah, maybe
you
Lamar.
See Cam Ward run like scramble.
Okay, so
thank you. That's pay attention.
Hold on, I'm pulling it in here. Look, his athletic score at the combine. Now, Travis Hunter's athletic score at the combine was a 78. You know what Cam Ward's athletic number was at the combine? A 90. So you're going to tell me right now that Cam Ward is not.
Metrics?
What are you talking about? The combine.
Right. So here's the thing.
But that's off his position.
Thank you. So what quarterback is actually athletic? You only have to worry about your arm. You're not, it's not going to be hard for him to grade high versus unathletic people. There's quarterbacks are unathletic. The greatest is the most unathletic.
That is
most of them.
What quarterbacks?
Cam Ward is very athletic. He is very athletic. What are you trying to tell me here? He is very athletic. First of all, he plays for the Tennessee Titans. He has no offensive point. I wonder if Dable's going to be the right.
All right, I got Brian Dable now.
All right, we'll see how he develops him. But Cam Ward he's an athletically gifted player.
Yes.
So to say that he's not athletically gifted is ridiculous. When you
compared to Travis, no, it's not close.
Do you want? Let me bring up Lamar Jackson's athletic numbers when he was at the combine. All right, let's do that.
Stuff that you can't put on paper.
Wait a second. You said
you look on that screen and you look at it in real time and you see the difference.
Are you trying to tell? Hold on a second. So his athletic score at the combine was a 75. A 75. Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
And Cam Ward's was a 90. Mm-hmm. And you're going to tell me Cam Ward is athletically gifted?
You're telling me that Cam Ward is more athletic than Lamar Jackson?
I'm telling you, I've watched the guy.
Based off your numbers. Are you telling me that?
I'm not talking about numbers.
Okay.
I'm talking about what I have seen. Watch this kid train. I was there. I watched this kid train. To tell me that this guy is not gifted and athletically gifted.
I didn't say that.
It's ridiculous. And you say quarterbacks aren't athletically gifted? This guy is. And he's just as athletically gifted as Travis Hunter. He absolutely is. Absolutely is. You don't want to tell that? Why? Because he runs routes? You're going to tell me that Cam Ward can't run routes?
It's not even close. Cam Ward right now would tear everything in his body, do a back pedal and a shoulder return.
They play different.
He'll tear everything in his body.
They're playing different positions. I'm telling you, they're great.
Athleticism is athleticism. Listen, I can do that. I could do a corner roll, and I'm not athletic than Travis Hunter. But I'm not going to tear everything in my body when I do it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's a difference. That ain't gonna come up on the combine scale.
Hold on one second. So what? So I could go 2 against 1. It doesn't matter to me. I'll play a triangle match. Okay.
And nonsense.
Here is the facts. Here is the facts. And you can look this up. Cam Ward athletically on the combine has one of the highest athletic scores in the last 5 years of quarterbacks. So to say that Cam Ward is not athletically gifted like Travis Hunter, or saying he's just not as athletic as Travis Hunter, is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous statement. Because if you were to tell me right now, and by the way, Cam Ward is built like a rock. I mean, this guy, he's got great tone, great body, everything. A quarterback does. Yeah, he is I don't like his cousin. Everybody knows who's his cousin is. Speedy, we had his cousin on the show.
Yes, we did.
Who's his cousin?
Yes, we did. Cam Ward.
Cam Ward. Was it Cam Ward? No, it wasn't Cam Ward. Cam Ward was.
No, you're right.
It wasn't Cam Ward. His name. He was a Charger. He was a Charger. He was a corner. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, Quentin Jammer. That's right.
Quentin Jammer.
Now,
Quentin Jammer came on the show.
You have to hear this story.
So Quentin Jammer came on this show. All right. I was very kind and collective. And my PR person, Mr. Nithin, got us hooked up with him. Came on the show. And our PR guy told him, listen, we don't want you to do an interview in the car. Where was he? He's doing an interview in the car. That was strike 1. Strike 2 is when I started to conversate with him, he didn't want to answer questions at a full sentence. He was answering with 1 or 2 words, and he wouldn't give me straight answers to the questions. And number 3, I sat there and I threw a joke at him. And I know, listen, I met Antonio Cromartie. I know who he is. I know how many kids he has. And I knew Quentin Jammer was the godfather of one of his kids. So all I threw at him, this is the truth. All I said is, I know Antonio Cromartie has like enough kids that could probably build a football team. How many kids are you the godfather of his family? And he went nuts and he completely popped off. He cursed at everybody, cursed out everybody on the back end, including Nathan, telling him he's going to kill him. I mean, what? It was a joke. Everybody asks Antonio Cromartie when he comes on their show, how many kids do you have? And he makes a joke about it all the time. And all I did is, how many kids are you the godfather of? And he looked at me like I had 6 heads. It was a joke. It was a joke.
Jammer?
Yeah.
Jammer is like the most mild-mannered, calm guy ever.
No, he wasn't.
He didn't show that when we had him on.
He was.
He turned into Kool-Aid Jammer.
And I did something even better. I did even
more the Kool-Aid, Jeremy.
So I did even something better for him. I wrote a story about him, about the whole interview, and I sent it to him. I had Nathan send him the story, and he even went crazier after that. He told me, I'm coming to New York in January. Maybe we should meet up. I said, yeah, you can come to New York. I can tell you where I live, but I'm not going to be there. But, you know, it was funny because, listen, I've interviewed a lot of great and unique individuals, athletes, and interviewed them at a high level. But for some reason, some of these guys don't have any personality. They don't know how to understand a joke, or if it's not from one of their peers, they don't want to hear it. It's not funny. If somebody else said it, if Darrelle Revis was talking about how many kids that he's the godfather of, he would have laughed at Darrelle because it's Darrelle Revis. That's why. No, it's Darrelle Revis. Oh, but it's me. He doesn't want to laugh at that. You know, no.
Well, I mean, you was already heated, so you was just poking jabs at him.
I was not poking any jabs. Do you want me to poke jabs? You want to see me poke jabs? I can poke a lot of jabs. Anyways, by the way,
give you more than one word answers back.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. And I'm learning that very quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking to former Jaguars, Broncos, and Cowboys defensive end, Jeremy Mincy.
All right, I'm going to go to the crazy saga of the offseason, the Max Crosby thing that's happened. Obviously, he had a bad relationship with Tom Brady and Alex Guerrero with the Raiders. So, obviously, in addition to that, demanding his way out of Las Vegas already. He allegedly gets traded to the Ravens, and the Ravens shut that down at the last second, go after Trey Hendrickson and send. Have you ever seen anything like that with any of the teams that you play with or any of the players that you've been around?
No. Never. That's crazy.
Rescind the trade is crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. That's a lot of drama.
So whose side are you on with all that?
The players' side, of course. Of course. Players stick with players.
That was dirty. That was a dirty play. Yeah, I mean, what else? What else is it more to say about that? It was a dirty play. It was
flag on the play.
You know what we got to do.
No, it's Brady. He doesn't get penalized.
You know what we do? We fly over there to Raventown. We take Eric. We tape Eric DaCosta up. We throw him in the trunk. We bring him to another football field, tape him to a pole, and then we beat him a couple of times, and then we leave him there.
It makes sense.
We'll have Max Crosby tackle him.
You're right.
Eric DaCosta. By the way, Eric DaCosta was the one. Everybody keeps blaming ownership on why John Harbaugh was let go. It was Eric DaCosta. Eric DaCosta went to Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson did not want to be coached by John Harbaugh anymore, and he said, get rid of him. That's what because he didn't want the offensive coordinator to be there anymore. He didn't want John Harbaugh telling him he has to show up to practices when he needed to. Lamar Jackson has become
accountability.
Yeah, he doesn't care about accountability anymore. If he did, he would have showed up to the games this year. There's no way Lamar Jackson fell off the way he fell off this year. There is no way. Lamar Jackson did not want to play with John Harbaugh. I'm sorry?
Wasn't he injured?
Yeah, but he came back and he was pretty much like crawling to the finish line. Every player is injured. You know this. Everybody plays injured.
Nah, not every player.
Every player plays injured by the end of the season.
Quarterback position.
Really?
Survive.
Do you want me to go? Do you want me to go back in time with the New York Jets quarterbacks? I could, if you want me to.
Every quarterback stays healthy, especially the Jets quarterback in 2023.
I could go through probably a handful of quarterbacks that were never fully healthy at any point of the New York Jets season, and I can name them by name. So to tell me
was never healthy,
that was never fully healthy.
Yeah, they also didn't never have a good line to protect them. But like there's other issues that played it.
Well,
they not good. They weren't good at all. Last time we had a good offense.
Well, you had some good players. you had LaDainian Tomlinson. He was good.
We had
was
an
he
athlete. I said good offense.
That's a good athlete. You said a good offensive players. That's a good offensive player.
Good offense, not good offensive.
Who was the quarterback? Pennington?
First of all, when Rex Ryan was there, the Jets had pretty good offensive lines.
That was Mark Sanchez, yeah.
They had pretty good offensive lines. They did.
We had one.
Y'all had one good offensive lineman.
You had Mangold, you had Ferguson. They had good players. They had good offensive
boy, you talking about good players. Everything else is food out there.
They're gonna pile up on the fish side.
On the right side.
We're gonna pile up on the fish side. Yeah.
You guys fish. What is it?
We're gonna pile up on the fish, man.
Well, hold on.
Over there on the other side.
What does this have anything to do with food and fish? All right, seriously.
That means That means
that's what we call the easiest lineman, the one who's trembling, scared to death, and
Are you guys trying to make me throw up? Is that what you're trying to do? There it is. No. That's a perfect. That's a perfect picture. Right
yeah, that's terrible. We're gonna eat off the fish, man.
Immediately.
Well, we're lost on that. By the way, we are talking to former Jaguars and Broncos, Cowboys defensive end Jeremy Mintz. He's been on our show. So, Jeremy, I watched the game religiously. I love football. I love watching all these young kids develop into superstars, and some of them fall flat on their face. You look at this year's draft, okay? And a lot of people over the last couple of weeks think that Fernando Mendoza could be a bust, that Ty Simpson could be the best quarterback in this class. And we haven't seen Fernando Mendoza have his pro day. He did not throw at the combine, but we saw Ty Simpson. Ty Simpson threw the ball very, very well. Very, very well. And he has good footwork. A lot of people think that this kid could be the steal of the draft. You look at both these quarterbacks, and you've seen Fernando Mendoza. And you also, Ty Simpson only played one full season, 15 games. So we haven't seen enough of him. Fernando Mendoza, 2 years of top-end football. Do you think that Fernando Mendoza is being pushed to a higher level because he won a national title with Indiana?
Yes.
Why is that?
I mean, it's not usually when you draft, you want to see at least 2 seasons. One season might not be enough. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of shaky with one good season. Plus, he's older than everybody.
Yes.
So, one good season from an older guy, he might have mustered up everything he had. And because what happened all the rest of the years? You see what I'm saying? Like, he might have been like an NFL guy waiting. He on his contract year. Q, you know how it is. Contract year. You finna eat healthy. You finna break every bad habit just to get to where you need to go. And then some guys, once they get it, they're no longer hungry. So that's kind of sketchy. They better pay attention to it.
Well, hold on one second. Every single time I ask you a question, you're talking about food and fish and being hungry. So you must be really hungry. After the show, what are you eating? A hamburger?
Man, I haven't eaten.
I haven't eaten.
Well, Q's most hated meal, ribs.
Keep them on as long as you can. Keep them on.
I couldn't imagine you two big behemoths eat. I mean, who would win? Who would win in eating contest? You or
me?
Him?
Q, listen, man,
it's Travis Hunter athleticism versus Cam Ward. Vince got that. Vince know that too. He know he got that all day.
Q's super healthy, man. I can't. I can out eat Q, man. Q gonna eat healthy all day, every day. Hey, one thing I salute Q on is his discipline, man. He got a lot of good discipline.
No doubt. Yeah, I got to.
Well, it's funny because me and Q, when when we were starting to get to know each other, we were going back and forth, and we said, I think this would be a really, really good show where we can just go back and forth, debate, argue with each other, and kill each other throughout the show. And that makes good media. That's what makes good media. And I watch the NFL, and I look at these coaches, and all of them are bitches. Every single one of them. They cry. They talk to the media. They cry about that. They're all crybabies. That's all they are. They just cry after the game. They can't give you straight answers. And I sit here as a New York Jet fan, and after the game, you would ask Aaron Glenn a question, and Aaron Glenn would give you a biased answer. And then after that, the next day with media day, when they're asking him questions, who's healthy, who's not, he can't give you a straight answer. Why am I going to tell you that? Why should I tell you that? Well, I don't know. We're media guys, and we're supposed to tell everybody what's going on with the Jets moving into week 3 or week 4. And that's the problem with these coaches. They make so much money. So much money. These coaches are making more money than some of the players, and they're guaranteed. There it is. Bambi Sala. I mean, you talk about a deer in the headlights. I mean,
God, y'all crazy.
Yeah, well, it's true. I gave him the nickname Bambi Sala because he was a deer in the headlights. The guy didn't know what he was doing. But the fact
the Jets or in general?
In general.
Oh, okay.
In general. There it is.
What's wrong with him, man?
The dog gonna take him out, yo.
So for all the people that are not watching the video, and if you're listening to this right now on the audio end, at any point tomorrow or the next day, Fish is posting up pictures, like AI pictures of Jeremy Mincy and Mr. Q having an eating contest, a pie eating contest, but Jeremy is up 6-1. Okay. That's and I probably believe that. I can't see Q eating any kind of cake if he's so healthy and he eats so healthy.
I take to 8. I won't eat 6 cakes, but I have a cake.
Oh yeah, what's your favorite cake? Wu-Tang cake, right?
Honey bun, red velvet is occasionally, but carrot is my favorite. Yeah.
Oh, carrot. Well,
carrot cake, yes.
Y'all like carrot cake?
He's from on top. He don't know. He don't from on top. Yeah, he's from on top.
With the icing, bro?
Yeah. He don't know. He from on top. Yeah, he don't know.
Get out of here.
They don't do cake cutting. They don't do good there.
We gotta take you down south, man.
Yeah, you gotta get them down here.
First of all, New York food is the best. Okay.
Oh God. We were just debating this with some New Yorkers the other day.
It's not even close. No, nobody go to New York for hospitality. All right, I can just tell you that.
I'm not saying hospitality, but when it comes to the food,
no food.
Now the food is good.
That's a part of it.
There is going for hospitality. Just Quentin Jammer will be alone in the house.
Right. That's it.
Sipping on a Kool-Aid Jammer.
Right.
A Kool-Aid Jammer.
There's not what do you guys know for pizza?
Oh, get out of here. We're known for a lot more than that. Our steakhouses.
Spaghetti.
Our steakhouses are great here.
No, yeah.
Our
steak is amazing. Yeah.
Our seafood is good here.
Better than
seafood good.
Yeah, we got a lot of things good here.
Where are you getting it from? The Hudson?
I think Florida seafood's better.
Q.
The Hudson? Where you get seafood from?
Q, what are you trying to rob this from us? Are you trying to steal?
My fault. I'm just saying. There's no comparison. There's certain stuff that you shouldn't say. You shouldn't say stuff like that's the best food.
I say a lot of things that I shouldn't say, but I say it anyways.
Yeah. New York does
He's
not.
He's gonna do it anyway.
I will do it anyways. And I like I'm more of a cheesecake fan, a New York cheesecake. I like strawberry shortcake. Love that. I love my strawberries.
Like that.
Banana cake. I like banana.
I like banana cake.
I like lemon cake.
Lemon cake.
Yeah, look at you. He's making all. He's looking
lemon
all.
Cake good. Banana cake, nah.
Red velvet. Red velvet. That's a girl's cake, by the way.
No. Yeah, lemon cake. Real good.
Nah, red velvet snapping, bro. You gotta stop that. You gotta quit.
Yeah.
You gotta stop right there.
He don't know what he don't know. He don't know what he don't know.
First of all,
red velvet Southern too.
I don't know. I love red velvet cake, but it's a girl's cake. That's what girls say. Oh, I like red velvet. Red velvet.
It's a unisex cake. For all. It's for all.
You tell that to a woman.
It's for all.
Well, I don't know this age cute. They might call us sassy on the red velvet.
Oh, for sure. I'm sure they will. They'll find a way. They'll find a way.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're jerking. We're jerking.
Oh boy. Yeah, redo that.
Wow, don't reveal what it's.
We're talking.
Are those mince pies? Mince pies.
Yeah, those mince only pies.
Man. Now those are mince pies.
We're talking to former Jaguars, Broncos, and Cowboys defensive end Jeremy. Oh man. Anyways, to finish up this interview, I want to get into this year, and there are a lot of teams that made some acquisitions and made their teams better. We just talked about the Buffalo Bills, the Broncos, and some other teams. You're looking at two teams that there were a lot of questions in the Super Bowl this year. The New England Patriots had one of the easiest schedules in NFL history. And the Seattle Seahawks, nobody thought they were going to be there. They had a sensational year. They had one of the best defenses. They had one of the best running games duo in the league, which, by the way, one of them is gone now, playing for Kansas City. And they lost some good defensive pieces in the offseason as well. Do you see these two teams in the Super Bowl once again, or where do you see in a new year in 2026 where the Super Bowl could be as far as some of the other teams that have made some of the acquisitions in the offseason, including the Rams, who I think are as dangerous as any team in football?
I don't see Seattle going back. I mean, that was just one of those magical years, kind of like what was my man that played with Baltimore back in the days? Trent Dilfer. And, that was one of those things, and New England just didn't have enough anyway. So I think Mike Vrabel going to find a way to, he's a very, 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 very sharp guy. He's very creative. He knows how to find a way to find a way. He was like one of my mentors back in the day when I got drafted to the Patriots. And, I mean, he has a winner mentality, man. He's going to find a way to do something.
Well, you mentioned Trent Dilfer. How about Rex Grossman? Remember him?
Yeah, same thing.
How about Brad Johnson? Remember him?
Yeah. Yeah.
Jeremy, it's funny. I remember the first time you were on the show, I remember you called it like the Patriots boot camp or something like that. That year.
Yeah.
That place was a concentration camp, man.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. I was like, I don't think I want to play football longer.
You're going to future in competitive eating with the pie eating contests.
Man, come on, man. No.
Well, how about this? Who do you think would win in a pie eating contest? You or Vince Wilfork?
Wilfork.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
That's why the last four letters is his name, Fork.
Yeah.
You got to use one of them.
That's 400.
That's my brother.
400. Yeah. 400 is different.
Yeah, Vince ain't gonna play with super athlete. He's the most athletic big guy I ever seen. Ever. Crazy.
That's a crazy athletic build there.
And the second was Grady Jackson.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're some big athletic humans, man.
Crazy. Out of this world. Yeah.
Interesting.
They look like eggs with legs.
You wouldn't do it. You gotta do it. Yeah.
Every single take you had tonight was something to do with food. I mean, hungry, fish, eggs with legs. I mean,
eggs with legs.
Eggs with legs is crazy.
Grady Jackson eats the eggs and Jabba sucks on the eggs.
That's true. I mean, well, he sucks on corn too. I mean, they're the corn huskers. I mean, huskers only, as you would say. But
Jabba likes to suck on eggs.
Danny likes to suck on feet.
That is true. And Sean Smith likes to eat Jack.
Oh, well, Sean likes to do other things. He's smoking weed in his car. Anyways, Jeremy, we love you, man. Keep up the good work. By the way, how's your show doing on YouTube?
Oh, good, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really been focused on that though. I'm coaching right now in high school right now for Grayson High.
Oh yeah, how's that going?
One of the nationally ranked schools. I mean, I'm a community coach, so I'm just helping out, with schemes and stuff. Not there for money, just to help the kids out and things of that nature. It's good to be around a great program like that. A lot of connections, man. I mean, my first week, shoot, there was so many Division I schools there, and so it's just an amazing place to help the kids out and show them, stay humble along this journey. You can too, make it.
Powerhouse program for sure.
Definitely. And my daughters go to Buford.
Okay, yeah.
So that's the 2 top schools in the nation.
They loaded with money.
Yeah.
They got college facilities.
They're also loaded with pie.
Oh boy, here you go with the money.
I'm gonna eat it anyway.
I'm going to eat it anyway.
All right, quickly.
Straight up.
Quickly. I give you 5 minutes to eat apple pie. How many pies could you eat?
5 minutes. That's too. That's short.
That'll take me 5 days, man. That's too much sugar, man. I gotta slice that thing one slice at a time, buddy.
5 minutes. Yeah, I give about 4 slices tops.
Yeah,
that about it. You can't take that.
No, it's too sugary.
Too much going on. Out of there.
Jeremy.
Nah, I can eat about 3-4 steaks.
Yeah. How big?
5 minutes?
I can eat, man. Listen, I can eat.
Hey, hibachi style?
Nah, I'm just eating. I'm just taking out the plate and eat it, man.
So I ate a box of cereal.
4 steaks and
I can eat 4 steaks
in 5 minutes.
Probably 5 minutes.
So funny thing is I ate a box of cereal in 5 minutes. I took a big bowl and I poured the whole cereal from the beginning, and I ate it in 5 minutes. Could you guys eat a bowl of cereal, a big bowl of cereal from one box in 5 minutes?
Yeah, that's easy. Cereal.
No, I couldn't.
I
couldn't. There's too much crunching. That's
cereal good. Yeah, no, I'd be in the game. What cereal are we talking about? Any cereal?
Captain Crunch, Fruit Loops, whatever you want.
Captain Crunch that's crazy. But yeah, Cinnamon Toast Crunch for me.
All right. Listen, you want to have a...
He just gonna drink them all.
No, I'm not having to eat off with you. Nigga want to do an eat off on live.
He gonna let them get soggy and just drink them all down. That's what he gonna do.
By the time he waits for that, I'll be done with my bowl.
You pour it all at once?
Dude, I can eat a bowl of cereal.
I can't pour. Yeah, like this said, it's gonna get soggy. I can't do that.
Dude, I can't.
How you eat it? How else you eat it?
So what I do is I don't really chew it. I just chews and I can go through it, man. Dude, I can eat a bowl of cereal. I can eat a bowl of cereal quicker than anybody on this show. I promise you. I can beat anybody about eating
any cereal. That much cereal. I know that the other bowl is blew up when you get home.
I know I don't eat cereal all the time, but when I do, I can swallow a bowl of cereal pretty quick.
Well, you're just gonna regurgitate it right into the toilet bowl.
Oh, you're damn right I do. Pretty quick. That milk just comes right out, man.
From one bowl to another bowl, the cereal do it to you.
Parts of it. Yeah, no, you can have it. You won.
Jeremy, we love you, man. Keep up the good work. Let's talk soon. You do such a great job. You have a great personality. I love what you're doing right now on and off the field. And I didn't know you were coaching. Congratulations. Keep up the good work, my friend.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's get it. Thank y'all for having me, man. Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you. We're locked in.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all.
The one we call Mr. Mincy, ladies and gentlemen. Sensational. Played for the Jaguars, the Broncos, the Cowboys, defensive end. Great personality. He loves his cake. He loves his cake. I love my cake, too. I don't know if I eat cake like that. I don't know if I'll eat it in a cake contest, but I like my cake. I do. I like my cake. You know what my favorite cake is? The Entenmann's chocolate cake. Have you ever had that? With the really soft frosting on the top. I can eat that whole cake in one serving. I love it. I can eat it.
The chocolate inside or the yellow inside?
No, he had to come in for that one. He had to come in for that one.
No chocolate inside. It's just plain old.
The yellow cake?
No. It's just chocolate on the top. With the rivets.
Yes, I know, but when you eat the cake, is it a chocolate cake or a sponge cake, or is it a yellow sponge cake? Because they have two different cakes.
It's chocolate.
Yeah, the chocolate one is the way to go with Entenmann's. That was my favorite cake as a kid. My grandparents took me to the
I'm glad we
factory in Long Island. Because this is a real Jewish at Long Island stuff here.
With this cake. All right, we'll talk about it off
Queens,
camera.
Long Island. But that is a primetime cake. Except now I ate it as an adult, and I haven't had it very often as an adult. That chocolate doesn't hit the same, bro. It's not that good. I'm so mad.
Yeah, well, it always tastes the same for me. I love my chocolate in every kind of way, if you know what I mean.
Well, you had some interesting takes on cereal, I thought, in that last segment.
Well, thank you. I like my food too. I'm not up there. It is. Figures. It figures you would do something like that. You smart ass. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Call Your Shot.
I'm not an X's and O's guy, right? I'm not a tactician. I'm a motivator in the classic sense of the word. You know, Lombardi, Charles Lindbergh, none over in India, like those people. Call your shot.
Now, I look a little too big in that picture.
You always get mad when I make you not muscular, and then you're mad when I make him.
I mean, look at my arms; they're twice the size of Q's.
Right, which is crazy.
It's depth perception.
Fish, you should update the graphic. Give Errol a honey mustard dipping sauce and give Q some cake.
To be fair, the first one that I made, it made everyone really fat. Like everyone was really fat. Anyway,
this way.
Here it is. We're back, and it's Call Your Shot. Errol, why don't you tell everybody what we're doing?
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know how to play this game, it's a very easy game. We're going to give a particular thing that could happen in sports or anything. We're going to tell you why we think that particular story is going to happen. It could happen now. It could happen 2 years from now, but we believe it's going to happen. And then we're going to tell you why we believe it's going to happen. So tonight, we're going to go first. Speedy, Fish, Q, me. Here we go.
All right. So since I had bad luck in the men's bracket, I'm going to take a shot with the women's, even though I was actually partially right on my Florida upset pick. I just had the wrong team. But I'm going to go on the women's side. I'm going to say UConn, who's undefeated right now. They've only lost one game by double digits. They're going to pull off a 2007 Patriots, and they will lose in the national championship game. The one I have them losing to is Texas, a team that's been very good for a while, just stuck behind South Carolina in the SEC, led by Madison Booker, or UCLA with Lauren Betts, too, another hot commodity team on the women's side. So I think one of them, I'm going to lean more towards Texas, beats UConn in the finals.
Interesting, Speedy. All right, I'm going to go to the NBA and stay away from college for a little bit. I got a real strong feeling. And Errol, you mentioned this last week, but I know what's going to happen in the NBA draft. And it doesn't matter if they get the first pick, second pick, or third pick. But the Indiana Pacers,
I love Lisa Ann,
are going to pair Mr. Boozer with Mr. Halliburton and terrorize the Eastern Conference for the next bunch of years. Whether they have to trade other assets to make it happen, if they get screwed out of that pick, if they win too many games, probably not going to happen. But I think that's the move. I think they're going to be able to get it. I think there's enough depth that you can trade up in this draft to a spot like number 3 and get a premier talent like Boozer and put him with the best possible guy you could put him with, a guy that sets him up cutting to the basket with Halliburton.
So, Q, what do you got?
That's a tricky one. I really don't have one that I could think of off the top of my mind. But something that I have been thinking about lately is I think that I'm going to go to the NBA. And I think that the Atlanta Hawks are going to make a deep run for the Eastern Conference Championship.
Wow. This year?
I think they're going to sneak in.
I think you're drinking. But
Either they're gonna be right there close to it, or they're gonna make the champion. The conference championship.
I mean, they got a chance, I guess, right? Don't they?
Come on.
Well, my prediction of the night is pretty much it would be the second round of the NBA playoffs where the Celtics would meet the New York Knicks once again.
Oh, that's easy work.
And once again, the New York Knicks will beat the Celtics in the second round, 4-3 to eliminate the Celtics and say sayonara to Jason Tatum and those Celtic boys. So my prediction is if the Knicks meet the Celtics in the second round of the NBA playoffs, so right now that's what would happen because they're 2-3. No matter if the Knicks are second or the Celtics are third, however it ends at the end of the season, I believe the New York Knicks will beat the Celtics again 4-3 this coming season.
We're not going 7 games with you guys.
Oh, I believe it.
That's a terrible take.
I think it might only take 6, like last time.
And we know where Fish is going with that.
I think the Knicks are even better than they were last year, and the Celtics aren't as good. That's how I see it.
The Celtics aren't as good?
They're not. They're not.
I don't think they are.
Dude, what? Do y'all watch the game, or do y'all just watch box scores?
You think?
Dude, I watched the game. I watched.
You think Tatum is going to be able to give them what he gave them last year before he got hurt?
He's giving them 20 in the last 5 games. That's 60%.
I know, but like
he only can get better.
Tatum against wasn't they had 100% Tatum for 3 games, and that wasn't enough.
That was called what you call championship hangover. That's what that is. Championship hangover. Right?
What about torn Achilles less than a year ago hangover?
No. That has nothing to do with anything. He's proved that's not going to be a factor.
I hope you're right. I would hate to see.
I love Jason Tatum, but I'm going to tell you right now, Jason Tatum is not going to be the same player he was last year, and he wasn't any good in the playoffs.
He shouldn't be this year. It's the late of the season. He should not be the same player. We don't need him to be the same player.
Really? So you're going to tell me you're going to win? So you're telling me right now with just Jaylen Brown and White, you're going to beat the New
Pritchard and Cater.
Pritchard is a 6 or 7 man. Stop. What are you trying to sell?
With what's it called? They come back. That just got hurt. The center.
There is no way the Celtics roster in a 7-game series is better than the Knicks. I'm telling you right now.
It's been besides last year.
That's what you're trying to sell us. Then, my friend, you're
not selling it. It's proven.
Proven what?
It's only been last year. This the only time you've been able to talk was last year.
The Knicks have played how many times against the Boston Celtics this year? I think they're 2-0 against the Celtics. I think they're 2-0. Yeah, this year. I think they're 2-0.
Maybe. I don't know. We take games off when we play. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's what it is. That's why after the Knicks beat them last time, Jaylen Brown had a team meeting, right? Right?
Yeah.
Didn't he?
Because we can't take games off. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's the reason. Because we can't take games off.
Oh, stop.
We gotta play each and every game. That's what we gotta do.
We just have solutions for that lineup of yours. We got 2 of the best wing defenders in the league.
Celtics won 1 game in December, 123-117. The Knicks 105-95 early in the season. The Knicks blowout 111-89 recently.
2-1 against the Celtics, and they have 1 more game left at the end of the season.
Who do you think will win that one?
The Knicks.
I would imagine very few people are going to play in that one. It's going to be the end of the regular season, you know.
Well, it depends on days off. It depends.
You don't take days off.
Except for when we play y'all. So I mean, I like our bits better than y'all.
Hold on 1 second. We. Who is we? You keep saying we. Are you a part of the organization?
Yeah.
Do you work for the team?
Yeah. I actually been in the garden. I've did all that. Been in the room, did all that.
You're a security guard? Is that what you are? You're protecting them?
Quentin, you were undercover when I was in the
undercover.
I was in the restaurant in the arena there.
He's an undercover towel boy.
Now it all makes sense.
I'm undercover. They know me very well in Boston. Let's just say that.
I'm sure they do. All right, ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, we have the AL and NL East preview. And what's that smell? But first, one more Sports Minute.
The New York Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
All right, everybody. Aaron Fishman back at you with another Sports Minute. Got a couple of more stories before we get to the rest of the scores tonight. New York Giants running back Cam Skattebo got himself in some hot water late last week after going on a podcast and saying CTE was an excuse and that asthma was fake. The comments came on Frank Delina's Bring the Juice podcast, which immediately was met with harsh blowback from fans and detractors alike. Skattebo then issued an apology on Saturday on Instagram. I recently did an interview and had a lapse in judgment, which resulted in making a tasteless joke about CTE and asthma. It was never my intention to downplay the seriousness of head trauma or asthma. I sincerely apologize to anyone that was offended by my remarks, and I assure you that I'll be more mindful and respectful going forward. Much love! Skattebo, who plays like someone who doesn't understand what CTE is recovering from a bad lower leg injury last season, but is expected to be ready for the 2026 year. Skattebo's style of play has led many to worry about a potentially short career for the at times reckless runner, but Skattebo gonna Skattebo, it appears, and I say we all hang on for the ride, hope it lasts longer than it probably will, but shorter than hopefully it would take for him to get something like CTE that could be used as an excuse, but I'm sure he would like to avoid it in his later years as he tries to one day have a family of his own. As the 2026 MLB starts up this week, this season will be bittersweet for longtime Mets fans and New York sports fans in general, as longtime Mets TV and most recently radio play-by-play announcer Howie Rose announced that this season will be his last as of late last week. Rose, who is 72, will retire after almost 40 years working with the Mets in various roles. Outside of baseball, Rose is also fondly remembered for his play-by-play work with the Rangers and Islanders. It was Howie Rose who screamed like a maniac, "Mato, Mato, Mato," after the Rangers defeated the Devils to go on and eventually win their only Stanley Cup since 1940, way back in 94. Rose's health has wavered in recent years, leading to a scaled-back schedule, but is still as beloved as ever, as the news led to an outpouring of love by New York fans the other day. Rose will call all 81 home games this season for the Mets, but will not go on the road for his last hurrah. Maybe the Mets can do something amazing this year for Howie to send him on his way. All right, let's take a look at basketball scores right now. Still in action. Close one in Chicago. Bulls up 2, 114-112 on the Rockets. Just over 3 minutes left in the game there. At the half, it's 68-58 Raptors over the Jazz. 8 minutes left in the first half. Mavs 45, Warriors 44. And just underway, it's 6-5 Nets over the Blazers. Still to come tonight, Bucks and Clippers. All other actions final. The Pistons beat the Lakers 113-110, snapping their winning streak. The Pacers, we were just talking about, won a game, beat the Magic in Orlando 128-126. The Thunder beat the Sixers 123-103. The Spurs over the Heat 136-111. And the Hawks all over the Grizzlies 146-107. And the only game in hockey tonight was the Rangers falling to the Senators 2-1 at the Garden earlier on. And guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our NYS Sports Loudmouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure you like and subscribe all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Q, and Speedy for our next segment on New York's Sports Loudmouth.
Hello? You're listening to the New York Sports Loudmouth.
Breaking news. I'm putting you on a leash now. Breaking news. A lot of hot ladies. Breaking news. I gotta go back off. Breaking news. Give me that chicken curry.
631-672-3108. What's the difference between me and you? There's a lot between me and Q, that's for sure. That rhymes. Look at that. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the New York Sports Loudmouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. NewYorkSportsLoudmouth.com. And it's our first show, New York Sports Loudmouth, with Mr. Q, Quentin Copels. He's joined us. He's been an ecstatic, interesting fella. And as we get to know him, we'll get to know a little bit more about his personality. He doesn't like pie. He likes to eat healthy, and he likes his fish. Speedy.
I love cake.
Most types. I should say all, but most.
No, I'm a pie guy too. My fault.
Okay, you like pie? You like that?
Potato pie. Sweet potato pie.
Oh,
sweet potato pie. If you want to get me sweet potato pie.
How about poutine pie? How about that?
No, thank you.
You don't want poutine pie? You're not looking for that, right?
Not looking for it at all.
Well, you got a beautiful lady, so why do you need that, right?
Exactly. Why would I even indulge?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get into the AL and NL East preview. The National League East is projected to be an interesting three-team race. The Braves win total projected to be 86.5, the Phillies 89.5, and the Mets 90.5. The Braves re-signed closer Raisel Iglesias, traded for outfielder Mike, how do you pronounce it? Yastrzemski, whatever his name is. I don't know why you're giving me these. Gave a big contract to All-Star reliever Robert Suarez and brought back Chris Sale to a one-year deal. The Phillies were able to bring back JT Realmuto and Kyle Schwarber, but lost Matt Strahan and Ranger Suarez and Nick Castellanos. So the Mets traded Freddy Peralta, gave a big contract to Bo Bichette, which is playing off-key from shortstop to third base, which makes no sense, and signed Jorge Polanco while losing Pete Alonso and Edwin Diaz and trading Jeff McNeil and also Brandon Nimmo to the Rangers and for Marcus Semien. 4 teams in the American League East have a projected win total over 85. With the Orioles, I have no idea how this is even true, at 85.5. The Red Sox at 87.5. The Blue Jays at 88.5. And the Yankees at 90.5. The Orioles brought back starting pitcher Zach Eflin, signing starting pitcher Chris Bissett, and signed 2 former Mets relievers Ryan Helsley, yep, and star first baseman Pete Alonso. The Red Sox traded veteran pitcher Sonny Gray, which absolutely blows, and catcher Willson Contreras, and also gave Ranger Suarez a big contract. The Blue Jays signed Japanese third baseman Akamoto, what a name, brought in 2 former Mets pitchers, reliever Tyler Rogers and starter Max Scherzer, and gave Dylan Cease a big contract. The Yankees traded for pitcher Ryan Weathers, brought back reliever Tim Hill, infield Ahmed Rosario, and outfielder Trent Grisham, and re-signed Cody Bellinger to a 5-year deal. So let's get into the National League East, because I think the National League East is going to be more wide open than the American League East. I think, and I'll get into the American League East and why I'm going to give you my take on it. I think the Braves are going to be a lot better than people think this year. I do. And they're saying that the Braves are projected at 86.5. I think they're going to be better than that. I could see the Braves winning 90 games this year. Acuna is going to be healthy this year. If Acuna is going to be healthy for at least 140 games, they have the pitching staff, and they've got Strider. This is a good pitching staff. They have got a lot of good young players. We're going to see a bunch of players being called up in the next couple of months. I really think the Braves are going to be a really, really good team this year. I think they're much better than obviously experts are thinking. So if you're a betting man at 86.5, bet them over 86.5. The Phillies, 89.5. I think the Phillies are the best team in this division. Now, that doesn't mean the Mets aren't going to make the playoffs. I think the National League East has 3 teams that are going to make the playoffs. I think this is the best division in all of the National League. Philadelphia, they're good. They're loaded. Kyle Schwarber is going to have another good season. Hopefully he does better than, the WBC. And I think Bryce Harper is still a competent player. He can get you 30 home runs and 90 RBIs. I think they have a great pitching staff. They have a very good bullpen for a team over the years that have not had good bullpens. This is a good bullpen. And I think that you look at the Philadelphia Phillies with some of the additions that they made in the offseason. I think bringing back JT Realmuto, I think that's an absolute plus. He's a big part of the pitching staff and behind the plate. You need a leader, a captain behind the plate to help this pitching staff go. I like what Philadelphia has done in the offseason, bringing back all the guys. They did lose Ranger Suarez and Nick Castellanos.
They were trying to trade him anyway.
Yeah, they didn't want him. He's an outfielder who is expensive. They needed to move him. I think that was a good move just to get rid of him. I really, really, really like Philadelphia this year. The Mets, Freddy Peralta is going to give them an ace. They're going to have an ace. And Nolan McLean, that takes a lot of pressure off of Nolan McLean. Nolan McLean doesn't have to be that dominant. And he's up for Rookie of the Year this year. So Nolan McLean could still win the National League Rookie of the Year and could be up for a Cy Young. Playing behind Freddy Peralta, you're not going to play against the best pitchers. You're going to play against the secondary, maybe the third best pitcher on a team's roster. So that gives the Mets an advantage. I don't like the Bo Bichette move. I question his injury. He's an injury-prone player. Playing third base, third basemen don't stay healthy, especially guys out of position. He was a shortstop his whole career. Now you're moving. I think I would have moved Bo Bichette out in the outfield. And what are they going to do with Jorge Polanco? Because what I'm reading is Beatty's going to win the first base job.
And Carson Bench is apparently making the opening day roster, too, in the outfield.
So where is Jorge Polanco going? You paid him. You gave him a 2-year extension. You're paying him pretty good money. Where does he fit? Is he an automatic DH?
Probably. That's
what you're paying? An automatic DH? I mean, he's not a great power. He had a lot of home runs last year. I think he hit 20-something.
Yeah, he has a couple years like that. He had like 2 years like that with the Twins. And then last year with Seattle had almost 30 home runs.
Yeah. I mean, losing a guy like Pete Alonso, that's huge. Losing a power hitter of that magnitude. You're talking about a guy that averages between 35 and 40 home runs a season and giving you almost 100 RBIs. You lose that, and you're expecting Bo Bichette and Jorge Polanco to give you those kind of numbers. That's what you're. And they also added Devin Williams, which you forgot on that one. And Devin Williams, there's a lot of questions to him as a pitcher, as a relief pitcher. Is he going to be your closer this year? You're paying him like a closer, but he's not Edwin Diaz. Edwin Diaz is one of the elite closers in all of baseball. He goes to the Dodgers. You're missing those pieces in your bullpen. And you're going to depend on Tong. Maybe they call Tong up and move him as a long relief pitcher because he's probably not going to start the season on this pitching staff. And losing Brandon Nimmo, that's a significant loss. A leader in the outfield, a guy that hits as your first batter, your number one guy. He gets on base at a clip. He does hit for somewhat power, and he's a good defensive player. He's not a great defensive player, but he's better than anything they have out there. So they think the Mets are going to win 90.5 games. I think the Mets win 89 games this year. I don't think they break 90 games. I think Philadelphia wins over 90 games. Mets, 89. And I project the Braves somewhere around 80, 88, 89. I think the Mets and the Braves will have the same record. I think all three teams are making the playoffs this year. And don't be surprised if the Braves pull away in this conference, in this division. I really do believe that the Braves are as good as any of these teams if they stay healthy. I don't know if I'm going to bet on Acuna and Strider, but if these two guys stay healthy, Strider is one of the best pitchers in baseball.
Yeah, don't bother on that. IL came out earlier today. Strider already down with an oblique. They don't know how. They didn't say the severity, but it's at least probably the first month of the season.
If it's not a great one, it'll be 1 month.
He was one of the worst pitchers in baseball last year. I know this because he's my keeper on my fantasy team, and I love the guy. His fastball's down a couple of ticks, and it's not moving as it used to before the injury. And he doesn't have secondary pitches like that. He was a 2-pitch guy, fastball, slider. So he's going to take some time to try to reinvent himself. I don't know, even if he's healthy, if you're going to get anything close to what we saw from him for like 2+ years, where he was probably, if not the best, one of the 2 or 3 best pitchers in all of baseball. Sucks. And then they have all these other injuries there, Errol. Like Schwellenbach isn't coming back till halfway through the season. Waldrip is probably same thing. Smith-Shawver's out for the year. Probably. They picked up Ha-Sung Kim. They thought he was going to be good
for them, I think.
Say that again. What's his name? Ha-Sung Kim, right?
Ha-Sung Kim. Not to be confused with Hae-Sung Kim on the Dodgers. He's out with a torn tendon in his right middle finger. So he's out for a couple of months. They're just banged up already. The season hasn't even started yet. It's crazy.
But Ronald Acuna looked very good in the WBC.
He did. Yes, he did.
I think that a healthy Ronald Acuna in that lineup is going to give you a guy that's going to give you between 30 and 40 home runs. I don't know if he steals as many bases. I wouldn't put him at risk. And I wouldn't put him out in the outfield every single day because you have to protect him. You have to keep him healthy. He always gets hurt. He tears his ACL. He's torn his ACL twice out in the outfield.
Scary,
You got to keep him.
I was going to say, I worry about that because he created a lot of runs for that offense, and because the offense was just historically bad for their standards last year. And Albies and Riley are probably the two more I'm concerned with, them even more than Acuna getting back to that level. Albies was thought of as a top 3 second baseman in baseball for a while.
I love Albies.
He fell off badly.
Yeah.
Is there a bounce back candidate for him? Maybe. Go ahead, Fist, what are you saying?
Yeah, so I'm just like crazy with the fantasy baseball stuff. I've been all over those two guys for a long time as well. I was super into what the Braves did, building their franchise by giving these, like longer deals with, like medium amounts of money, eating away some of those arbitration years so they can keep some of these star players into their primes in their late 20s, early 30s, which was one of the most genius things anyone did. Riley's still very good. His advanced numbers look good last year. He just didn't have a good season. I think he got banged up later on as well. That guy can hit. He's always going to be able to hit as long as his bat speed doesn't drop. I think he's got another bunch of years of being a really good player, and he's solid defensively. Albies, on the other hand, Daryl, his advanced numbers don't look good at all, and it's sad because when he came up, he was great.
I am with these advanced numbers. I'm not.
No, I know, but it's like one of those where it's like every year goes down. It's like one of those like slow downhill trajectory with him. It's just gotten worse every year,
like a wall drip, right? Like a wall drip.
kind of.
Well, but he's a knuckleball.
And he's hurt too.
Velocity with him, but he's already hurt too. Yeah, that's not ideal. The Braves,
It's crazy.
what's always good with them though is they at least find a pitcher that usually can weather the storm. The pitching was not the problem for most of the year for the Braves. They were still top 3, I believe, in ERA in the National League, even in the first half of the season. But their offense was just so bad. So they have a good process of pitching that'll work. And those other guys hitting. I think Sean Murphy's already hurt too. Like
Murphy's tore his labrum in his leg, the A-Rod injury. That one he's not coming back from and playing catcher anytime soon. And Jurickson Profar was suspended for the season. He was supposed to be probably their 2-hitter, hitting behind Acuna.
Right.
That's not great.
Where I was getting at is as a result of the process they've tried to do with getting these guys that all together, their farm system has really fizzled out. And the upside, I don't know if it's there if they have the injuries the same way.
I completely disagree with you guys. I think the Braves are a lot better than you think they are.
I think they've had a lot of bad luck. I think we all like their franchise. I just think that they ran into like maybe more than a year of really bad injury luck. It might be a year and a half. And I don't know if they're going to be good until the second half of the season. It might be too far back at that point.
And Chris Sale was one of the best pitchers in baseball last year, and he's coming back on a 1-year deal. I think, yes, we don't know what Strider's going to be, and when he comes back, we'll see how he fits in this rotation. They also have 2 aces in their farm system. One of them they're going to call up this year, and another one they could put in their bullpen. I really think the Braves are a lot better than you guys make them out to be. I think they're an 89-win team, 88-win team, as well as I think that's where the Mets are. I don't think the Mets break 90 wins this year.
No, I don't either. The Mets still have question marks with their pitching depth. They have a lot of these hybrid starter relievers, obviously bringing in Luke Weaver. Question marks remain with somebody like Kodai Senga, who had a great first 2 months and then fell off a cliff badly.
I think he's going to have a better year.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think he has the upside chance that'll make it work.
He's the number 4 guy.
Yeah. The other part of that trade with the Freddy Peralta trade was Tobias Myers, another guy that could fill that role very well. He pitched very well with the Brewers in the first half of the year last year. Kind of slipped the last 2 months, but did it. Then you got Clay Holmes, who's that same kind of role. And that's where I think that management's going to come in, because we talked about it with a couple of our baseball guests. Carlos Mendoza, you would think is as on the hottest seat of any manager in baseball right now that got to keep his job. So if they start off slow and he doesn't get that pitching going, is he going to lose his job quickly? And like
that's what I don't understand. Mm-hmm. David Stearns, who's there, he's the one who picked Mendoza.
Correct.
He's the one who brought him in. And this guy is still not on the hot seat. He has made all these mistakes. He's made trades. He's traded away talent, young talent. He brought in relief pitchers at the trade deadline last year that are now playing for other teams and other organizations. You lost prospects. I think this trade for Peralta is great if they can re-sign him. Are they going to re-sign him?
Yeah.
That's the question. Does he want to be a Met? And could you imagine losing Sprout and one of their better hitters in their farm system? I mean, think about it. These are bad moves. And you look at the Mets right now, they overpaid for Bo Bichette for third base. He's making more money than Aaron Judge is making right now. Think about that. Crazy. You're playing a guy that's never played third base in his career, and he's making more money than the best player in baseball.
Yeah, you have a lot of moving parts that are going to be leaving two guys out of position pretty much every lineup. If they can get one of them comfortable, fine. And that's on Mendoza and that's on his staff to be able to make that kind of thing work, to make at least somebody comfortable. Now, I would try to third first because Simeon is very good at second. So you don't want to have to move him if you
He's an old man, Speedy. You traded him for Brandon Nimmo, who is 30 years old. You took a guy, yes, he's a Gold Glove winner. He's 36, 37 years old. How many years does he have left? And you're going to bet on this? What happens? Let's say the Mets make the playoffs this year or chokes. What does Stearns keep his job during the strike?
Oh God, no.
Really? Because Cohen's has a love fest for him, just like somebody named James Dolan has for Chris Drury.
Yeah, I would hope he's not that irrational.
There's some kind of love fest for this guy, David Stearns. Oh, he's like a son to me. Yeah. He's also ruining your organization.
Yeah.
You overpaid for Juan Soto, and Juan Soto was the only one hitting at the tail end of the season. Lindor fell off. Everybody fell off. And this team was one of the best National League teams coming into the second half, and then completely fell flat on their face like they always do.
Yeah, and there's a lot of prospects that have a lot of roles that are unknown too. And the Mets do have a good farm system. It's just a matter of putting them in the right places. Ronnie Mauricio is another one that's going to come back that seems positionless. Mark Vientos is going to be on the bench most of the year, I would imagine, unless guys get hurt. And Beatty, we talked about it. He's going to play the corner outfield spot. He plays first base. His bat should be in the lineup. And then you got somebody like Luis Robert, who's an injury question as well. Good player a couple of years ago, but he hasn't hit in a while either. The Phillies are the most stable. I agree with you. They win the division. They didn't do much in the offseason besides keep their own players. And like the Braves don't have a lot of prospect upside, but I was worried they were going to lose pretty much everyone because I think they were the second biggest team against the cap after the Dodgers at the start of the offseason. They were able to keep, not that Real Muto was the same player, but they were able to keep him and Schwarber and still have that kind of upside. And while they lost, obviously, Suarez, Wheeler is expected to come back sooner rather than later, which is a big boost that I didn't think they would have for the Phillies. So, yeah, I think the Phillies kind of like 90 wins. I think the Mets kind of 88. The Braves kind of middle, like 84, 85, something like that.
All right, let's go to the American League East. And a lot of people have the Yankees winning the East and probably the best team in the American League. And I'm not saying this because I'm a Yankee fan. I think the Yankees have a roster that can win. Now, win a championship, I don't know. We have to see if they can hit, and we also have to see if Brian Cashman's going to make moves at the trade deadline to juice up this lineup, which he probably will. And I don't think Jazz Chisholm is going to be a part of this organization at the trade deadline. I think they're going to move him, especially if he starts the season hot, and I expect him to. Bellinger is a big piece to this roster. He is a big piece. Now, my question is, eventually this year, do they move Bellinger full-time to first base? That's what I want to know. Because if Spencer Jones comes up here, which I believe he will, at some point this year, he's proven himself on this roster during spring training that he is quite capable of being a hitter in baseball. Dominguez might fall out with this team as far as this lineup is concerned. Dominguez is a piece that the Yankees can move at the trade deadline. And do you trade Jazz Chisholm or Chisholm, whatever you want to call him? And do you trade a guy like Dominguez, who's a switch hitter, or they call him the Martian? Do you trade him for another big bat in this lineup, which quite possibly could happen? And here's another thing. They gave Grissom a 2-year extension. That is also a questionable move. Right? It was a 2-year extension?
Yeah. No, he took the qualifying offer.
Oh, he took the qualifying
so 1 year, $22 million.
$22 million. I think they overpaid for Grissom because, to me, if Spencer Jones comes up and the way their outfield is set up, and if Bellinger, because Goldschmidt is still, they signed Goldschmidt. So Goldschmidt, as long as he stays healthy, he could be the first baseman all season long. What are they going to do with Grissom? because unless Aaron Judge is going to be a DH here and there, but they have Carlos Grant, they have Giancarlo Stanton, who is a guy that's going to get an opportunity to get his whips at it. And Giancarlo Stanton has a lot to prove this year because a lot of people think he's done. He can't stay healthy. So there's a lot of questions with the Yankees, but here's the reason why I don't think there's any question to the Yankees. This pitching staff is elite. When this pitching staff is at full strength by June, at the end of June, with Garrett Cole, Max Fried, Schmidt, Schlittler, Rodon, and Heel, when they have these guys, and even Adam Warren, this rotation is the best rotation you can argue in baseball. And that's how good this rotation is going to be. Schlittler could be the number 2 before Cole comes back because he could be the number 1. He's pitching so well. And they have this kid, Rodriguez, though a lot of people believe the Yankees are going to call up at some time this year, either in the bullpen or part of this rotation. It's just another arm they're going to add to that rotation that they got from the Red Sox in a trade. That's why I think the Yankees. Now, Weathers was a great move by Brian Cashman because what they're going to do with Weathers is they're going to stick him in the bullpen. He could become their 8th inning guy or their long relief, or he could even be their closer. So there's a lot to like about the Yankees and what they did, even though it wasn't like a slam dunk. It wasn't like rose petals and marriage for the Yankees or what they did in the offseason. And Yankee fans were not excited about what they did. The Yankees did more than enough by adding Bellinger and giving him that extension and not over exaggerating with the deal that he was looking to get. Him and his stupid Mr. Boris, his stupid agent, who likes to, rip people off. But as far as the American League East, it's pretty simple. The Orioles are not winning 85 games. No. There is no way this team is winning 85 games.
It's a crazy number. I can't believe the number was 85. I would believe 75 before I believe 85.
If you're a betting man and you want to make some money, I'd bet this. There's no way this team is winning 85 games. There's no way.
Orioles? No, I would bet for the Orioles. Yeah, that's a good bet.
They're not winning 85. They're not winning 80 games.
Red Sox, no, that's another story.
Now, here's the thing. I don't know if you're a Red Sox fan, but I'll tell you about their roster. What I like about their roster, Duran is a good player. Roman Anthony is a great player. They've got pieces. They added Ranger Suarez. Their rotation, is pretty good, man. They added some, bats to this lineup, and they added some pitching to this lineup. This is going to be a good team this year. 87 games. I think they win 88 games this year. I think they win 88, 89 games this year. I think they're a lot better. I would go over that number. The Blue Jays, I think they win no more than 88 games. No more than 88 games. I don't care what they've added in the offseason. They added some bats to this lineup, and they've added a pitcher who Dylan Cease. I don't bet on Dylan Cease for anything.
Yeah, he's got weird splits.
And here's another thing. He's coming into the American League East. The American League East, you're playing against top-end power lineups. I wouldn't bet on Dylan Cease pitching as well as he was pitching for San Diego last year. As a matter of fact, I think Dylan Cease has an off year. And I think this pitching staff, which looked really, really good throughout the second half of the season in the playoffs, I think they're not as good this year as they were last year.
Yeah, it's one of those staffs that has a lot of the same types of pitchers, a lot of veteran pitchers that are high strikeout guys throughout their career. You look at Gossman, you look at Jose Barrios, and obviously Scherzer bringing him back. It's always been like that, but they've also been susceptible to the home run ball, and Cease is another prime example of that. And I worry about that kind of thing too. For a guy giving him a 7-year deal, it's also had injury problems and is 30. So I think the process that the Blue Jays had is getting enough depth to withstand the injuries, which I think is good. But I do question a lot of the things with their pitching staff as well. Their bullpen was fine. It's usually a streaky kind of thing year to year. We'll see what their lineup too. They had a lot of rotational guys. Can they get the same kind of creativity going with them with that level of depth?
And I will say this, there are not many great teams in the American League. There really isn't. There could be an up and down season. And that's why I think the Yankees knew that they were going to be in the driver's seat getting Garrett Cole back. Because even with not as many additions to this lineup, their pitching staff is going to keep the games close. And the Yankees are not going to have to score 6 or 7 runs like they used to. The Yankees are just going to have to score 4 to 5 runs, and the Yankees are going to win a lot of games. Yeah. Now, I don't know if they're going to win scoring 4 or 5 runs, 90 games. They're going to have to put up more runs in certain games. But the Yankees have the power. I think Spencer Jones is going to be very, very important. His development this year, what we saw in spring training and calling him up and letting Brian Cashman bet against what he said. And I'll tell you this, Brian Cashman saying what he said just pissed off Spencer Jones. And I think Spencer Jones is proving everybody wrong about what kind of
what he did today?
What did he do?
2 for 2, 2 home runs, 3 RBIs. One of them was off of Phil Maton, who's one of their late inning Mets legend, one of the better late inning relievers in the National League.
You know what I said about him? Just so everybody knows.
Not with the Mets, no.
All everybody knows about my take about Spencer Jones. I'm going to tell you guys, I told you so. You guys can kiss my feet, all you Yankee fans.
Oh, don't tell Danny.
I told you guys that this guy is going to be a 35, 40 home run hitter. He's going to, and I'm going to tell you this even, and I'm going to throw even another curveball. This guy could win Rookie of the Year in the American League this year. That's what I think he's going to be. And he's going to show you guys that when he gets on base, he's going to steal bases. He's faster than Aaron Judge. He has the ability to run. He's got a tremendous athletic ability. He's a 5-tool player. His outfield skills, he can play multiple positions in the outfield. And some people believe he's just as athletic to play first base too. So he might be the future first baseman for the New York Yankees. He very much could be.
Yeah.
So,
and I would say they have enough organizational depth, I think, to withstand a lot of the things to easily.
They got a farm system.
I was going to say they have a farm system that shot up in the rankings from last year. A lot of people were worried about some of their prospect development issues, but again, they still got to finish in the process of developing.
How about Lombard? He could be called up this year.
I was going to say, if Chisholm is traded, like you think it could happen, yeah, that probably is going to happen.
You're going to.
They had the solution though, and then they screwed it up. And now that solution is playing third base for the Red Sox. His name's Caleb Durbin. And they gave him to Milwaukee for Devin Williams, and how much Devin Williams sucked. And Durbin left. It was then sent in a trade over to, yes, of course, the frickin' Red Sox. And now I have to deal with him, who should have been out. He should have been our middle infielder for the future.
And we got Elmer Rodriguez. I'm not worried about that. We got that from the Red Sox. One crossed over, a guy that throws 103 miles per hour. I think I'd go with the pitcher instead of the hitter.
Oh, well, look, that's fine. And like, there's other young pitchers. LaGrange looked good until today. He got lit up today, but they have a lot of really good young arms. I just don't really like the whole, we don't need to add anybody. We're good. That was Cashman's approach this offseason, and it's unsettling to me.
Here's why it's not unsettling. If you're a Yankee fan and you want to see the young players come up, and you want to see the Spencer Jones or the Dominguez's develop, or the Lombard, right? Am I spelling it? Yeah. Lombard coming up and being the future shortstop, or moving Volpe to second. Because I'm going to tell you guys this right now. Volpe is going to have a better season this year. I'm telling you right now, Volpe will be better this year. I don't know if he hits more than 250, 260, but if you can get that from your shortstop and he can give you 20 home runs like he did last year and give you about 60, 70 RBIs, you're taking it. And he's a pretty good pretty good shortstop or second baseman if Lombard gets called up, if Chisholm is gone. I'm telling you guys right now, you do not want to see the Yankees bring in veteran guys and lose their thoughts to their young talent in their farm system. And that's the problem. That was the problem with Brian Cashman for years. He would trade away pieces, and some of them didn't develop. As a matter of fact, the majority of them didn't develop. Whitlock did. He developed. He developed out of all the guys that they traded in that A's trade, which was an absolute debacle, and now he's a Red Sox. But Whitlock developed in a very good reliever. So he didn't look good at the WBC, but, enough bet on that. But the fact here is, if you're a Yankee fan, you want Brian Cashman to believe that the talent is there in his farm system. Because if those guys are going to be called up, you have more control. You can take the money that you would invest into a veteran superstar player and then go after a young player that becomes available in the next 1 or 2 years and put the money into him, where you have him for 8 or 9 years at a high level. I'm not worried about the Yankees. And the Yankees, my question to the Yankees is, what do they do with Jazz Chisholm? That's what I want to know what they're going to do. Are they going to keep him? Are they going to pay him? Are they going to move him at the trade deadline and get as much as you possibly can for him? Maybe put him in a trade with somebody else and get a star young player to be either your future shortstop, your second baseman, or maybe a third baseman, which the Yankees have lacked ever since Alex Rodriguez.
Yeah, they definitely have the assets, I think, to make a big bat type of trade if they know they're not going to keep Jazz Chisholm. You're right, the contract demands are absolutely ridiculous. Him wanting $35 million a year on a 7-year deal for a guy.
He's never getting
20, going to be 29.
Nobody's paying him.
Yeah, those are going to be ridiculous. You could see him, Dominguez, maybe another pitching prospect in a big move for one of those all-star caliber.
Remember Torres? Torres?
I remember you were raving about him when he came up.
He was good, and he was a very good playoff player for the Yankees. And then he became available, and he was a free agent, and he was still fairly young, 26 years old, and he thought he was going to get a big deal from the Yankees. And the Yankees said, go find another deal. And where did he go? He signed a 1-year deal to Detroit. And now I think he's still with Detroit. He extended himself. Oh, no, Detroit didn't extend him. They gave him...
No, they brought him back.
Yeah, but they didn't give him a deal. They gave him something else, like a pay-in deal, like a play-in deal this year that he has to put up or shut up, or they're not going to give him an extension.
He got the qualifying offer.
That's what it was.
So he's got one more year. He's 28. That allows him to avoid the free agency mark and probably make more money than he would have made. 1 year, 22 point something million. It's basically the Trent Grisham deal, which is interesting. You mentioned that because I would imagine Trent Grisham has to be traded because he's blocking Spencer Jones and Jason Dominguez.
Yes.
So he has to be traded, and probably one of those guys is going to be traded as well.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. I really hope Dominguez is the one that gets traded, not Spencer Jones. I think you get more for Dominguez because he's younger, and I think people are selling Jones short right now because of his age and the strikeout rate.
They're not selling. I'm telling you, they're not selling Spencer Jones. You could book it.
So then what do they do? Because so you say Jazz is expiring this year. It's a 1-year deal for him. He's probably not coming back because he's going to want a lot. So you move him. Mm-hmm. Trent Grisham's probably not a guy you move in that deal, probably because he's a big contract. You're probably going to try to get a reliever for him or something in a separate thing if you need one. But you're absolutely right. If you got Dominguez sitting there and you got Jazz Chisholm, that should get you a huge return. It should get you a huge return. And where do we put that return? If Volpe can't play short, it has to be a shortstop. And if you don't trust Lombard's going to be up and playing short in 2 years.
They trust.
But what if they want Lombard to be second and they can get like an elite guy who's also really good defensively to play short? I don't know who it would be. I'm just saying in general, you'd be okay with that because now you have great up the middle defense. So you don't care if you have to move a shortstop to second. Now you're great in the middle of the defense. Or do you move a guy, or you try to get a third base bat because there's more heavy hitters at third base?
That's the way they go. And I'm going to tell you this: Manny Machado could become available this year. I think San Diego is going to try to move pieces. They've invested too much money into guys like Tatis, and I don't know if anybody's going to be interested in bringing Tatis in, even with the steroid situation that he's had in the past. Manny Machado has another, I think, 4 years left on his contract. The Yankees are clearing contracts with Giancarlo Stanton in the next year. They can buy him out at the end of the year. They can take Manny Machado, move Manny Machado to third base. He always wanted to be a Yankee. He grew up a Yankee fan. And I think that would solidify their third base position, which they haven't really had since Alex Rodriguez. Let's be honest. They've tried to add players all these years. Cabrera's played there. It just hasn't worked. And I think
is that enough for Machado? Is that enough? Jason Dominguez, Jazz Chisholm.
Yes.
What else would you need to give for him?
A prospect.
And maybe a pitching prospect?
A prospect.
So,
yeah. They're not going to have to give up much because they have to take his contract on.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think I could see Manny Machado being a name that could be talked about, especially if San Diego starts slow this year. Mm-hmm. And I think they could because the division is so good. And you look at, I think the Diamondbacks are going to be a lot better than people think they're going to be.
Yep. They're another team that's been unlucky with injury.
I love the Diamondbacks this year. I wouldn't even be surprised if they're just as good as the Dodgers this year. That's how
I got a Diamondbacks name for you to remember. He's a pitcher, Ryan Nelson. I've been hearing a lot of people tell full Nelson. He's going to go to full Nelson this year. He's going to be one of the better pitchers in the National League.
I like, what is it? Wet Drip? What is the name? I like that name. Waldrip. That's it. Waldrip.
Waldrip. Yeah.
I'm going to get his jersey. I'm going to get Waldrip.
What Fish? What did Jabba say? He's like the last half knuckleballer in the league.
Oh, Waldrop.
Yeah, something like that. I don't remember. All of those Braves pitchers are hurt, but I don't know. Look, the Yankees they have a move to make, and they without making a move, they might be good enough, but they have the assets to make the move, so they should win. And I do agree. I don't think Toronto did enough. A lot of people like Okamoto. I know you love his name, but they say he's supposed to be pretty good. He's supposed to be the best of the Japanese guys that came over this year. So,
and I believe in the Easter Bunny. Let's go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our final segment of the night is What's That Smell?
Hold up. What is that smell? What's smell? Wow. You don't see that every day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's pretty simple how you play this game. It's a game. Everything on this show could be a game. And if you want it to stick to the wall, well, you better make it stick. So it's very simple. We're going to tell you a story that's happened in the world of sports or something that is particular. And we're going to tell you what it smells like. So tonight, we're going to go with Tommy, Speedy, Fish, Q, me. Here we go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be starting off going to the
Ladies and gentlemen,
Hofstra men's basketball, not just men's basketball.
Beating claps.
Errol mentioned a little bit earlier, but
Smell my hat.
I'm going to keep it nice and sweet only for the fact that although this team did, of course, start crumbling once the team was up 12 well in the first half, but also ultimately lost 20 points. I got to hand it to them. This team did absolutely everything that they needed to do. Looking at this team before the season even started, there was a lot of questions. Even last season, all around campus, all anybody would talk about was, is this the last time that Speedy Claxton's going to be on the team? Or is it a better move to keep Speedy Claxton with them? And Speedy Claxton, look,
Squeeze the cheese.
Sitting in on their practices, having the chance to talk to some of these students, knowing how hard they work, knowing how some of them transfer just to get the opportunity to play under Speedy Claxton. You have Preston Edmead, a Long Island native, who stayed in Long Island as long as he can, just so that he could play over there in Hofstra for Mr. Speedy Claxton. I gotta say, I gotta hand it to them. I gotta tip my hat off to them. Everything they deserve, everything that they get this season. This season, they did everything that they needed to, and it really paid off. They won the CAA championship, and really the atmosphere and everything around them couldn't have been any more better. So, although that, like I said, the alternative didn't end up happening the way we wanted it to, at least the first round win would have been happy. First round exit, look, all you could say is that so proud of this team. Hats off, and it smells like the flowers that Speedy Claxton and the rest of this team truly deserve.
I'm neutral on a bush and don't want to think about it.
No, I do not want to think about it.
I don't know about a bush. I don't know how that would smell.
I do not want to. Yeah. Well,
I'm going to say Speedy's. He hasn't trimmed that bush in his time being on this earth, right, Speedy?
No, I have not.
Maybe we, Quentin, maybe we need to take him to a Brazilian waxing. What do you think?
No.
Good answer.
No. I'm not going to let you do my boy Speedy like that.
Yeah.
Are you going to buzz him then?
No.
Might need a machete to get through there.
Not encouraging one hairstyle.
I'm also not doing that. Well, somebody that might need to change a lot of style with him might be another college basketball coach that maybe is in more hot water than Speedy Claxton. It's the actually did a good job with not a lot of money. Someone who didn't do a good job with a lot of money, that was Mark Pope with Kentucky. And guess what he decides to say after they lose badly to Iowa State? Oh, at least my tenure at Kentucky so far has been better than the end of the John Calipari era. Okay, yeah, maybe technically, literally, that could be true. They did lose to St. Peter's. I had them winning it all that year. 15 seed. They lost to a 15 seed. They missed the tournament a year after COVID. Well, let's see how he's done since Arkansas has been there. You guys went to the same round as Arkansas last year as a 3 seed. Well, they were a 10 seed. And now this year, you're eliminated first while Arkansas is headed to the Sweet 16. And also, you have a $22 million NIL budget for your basketball team this year, which is the highest in college basketball this year. And you could only get to the second round and didn't have a great record. And now you're just going to throw shade at Calipari's past for how you got a job. Great job, Mark Pope. So what does it smell like? It smells like the decay of 22 million dead priests playing basketball.
Can't wait.
Dead priests playing basketball.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I had to do a Pope reference.
Oh, the Pope reference.
That was
That's
Lord.
what it was. I guess we're staying with a lot of college basketball coaches tonight, Errol. I'm going to Villanova because we've already talked about him once this basketball season. I believe he was on the show before I joined, Mr. Kevin Willard, head coach of Villanova. He wasn't? No, he mentioned he was something about him. But regardless, he made some viral comments in the middle of the Wildcats' loss to Utah State on Friday in the first round. When I went to become a teacher, the first thing that you have to sit through are these courses that tell you how you're supposed to act as a teacher. And one person actually came in and said, never be sarcastic to kids. Never. It's the worst thing. Well, apparently, that's how they've been teaching people, and they've grown up not to understand sarcasm. Kevin Willard, apparently at halftime, told TNT's Sports' Lauren Shahadi, I'm going to fire my staff. Yeah, I am, because we've given up 8 points on underneath out-of-bounds defense. The only thing I'm going to do is fire them and get a new staff. I'm sorry, that was early in the first half. After the game, he doubled down on the exact comments. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to make some changes to my staff just because of how bad we were. The next reporter asked him, you just mentioned making changes to your staff. He goes, it's a joke. Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about. You gave an interview during the game. It went viral. You've been criticized pretty heavily online. He said, I don't care. Welcome to my life. It's a
Breaking
joke.
news. I'm putting you on a leash now.
What does that smell like? It smells great. It smells so
I need
good.
breaking also.
You wouldn't believe how good this smells. It's one of the greatest smells of all time.
Speedy's mom.
It's the smell of sarcasm.
They call me the ladies' man and Mr. Steal Your Girl.
All right, Q.
I'm gonna just stay in my warehouse. Joe Mazzulla for Coach of the Year this year. He's done it. He just had one Coach of the Month. So I want to make sure I add that. He's coaching the system. You guys know how much I love systems. I don't do the stars. I do the systems. And so he's been a tremendous coach this year in regards to getting the wins, getting guys to play into the system, and overall being, I think we're at second or third in the East. That will go on to win the 2026-27 NBA championship. Roses really smell like crap.
Would you put the rose on your cake?
Roses.
Put the honey.
First of all, roses smell like crap. Okay, so everybody
Depends
just
on what kind of roses you get. You have to update your roses.
I'd rather smell a daisy than
like
a rose.
Mm-hmm.
It smells like coo.
Oh, that's different departments.
Someone's horny tonight.
Oh, tonight.
Breaking news. I farted. Breaking news.
All right, my final what's that smell goes to Danny Hurley. Wait until you love this story. Well, it is the story. Tom Izzo has turned down multiple opportunities in coaching jobs in the NBA, Cleveland Cavaliers and the Atlanta Hawks. When Los Angeles were willing to pay UConn's coach Dan Hurley a 6-year, $70 million contract in 2024, Hurley asked Izzo for advice. And Izzo told him, I told him seriously, look at it because I could see where college basketball was going, Izzo told the Associated Press on Monday. But I said I would hate to lose him because I think he's all what's right in college basketball right now. So think about it, guys. Tom Izzo is the reason why, yes, Danny Hurley didn't take that job. It was Tom Izzo. That was the one that spread his wings, spread his petals, as our friend Q would say. You know, smell the roses.
Come on.
As you say. I wouldn't smell the roses. I'd be smelling diarrhea. But nevertheless, this story only tells me one thing. Tom Izzo was jealous that Danny Hurley was being offered a 6-year, $70 million contract from the Los Angeles Lakers, and he wanted the job, so he told Danny not to take it. That's what I would think. I don't know, but it is a pretty interesting story. I'm interested to hear what Danny Hurley thought about that take after he talked to the Associate Press. But nevertheless, what does it smell like? It smells like the Celtics are going to lose in the second round against the Knicks.
You must be stuffy. You must be stocked up.
Well, I'm stuffed. I am stuffy. Stuffy in many different ways. That's
pollen.
Well, it's somewhere in the other side of my rear end, if you know what I mean. There it is. What's that difference? Yeah, that's true. What is the difference? Speedy, that kind of looks good. You actually look good in that picture, Speedy. And why am I always the one singing? DJing.
I'm so glad they never get me right with facial features.
I told it
safe.
to
I'm
make.
safe.
I told it to make Q, Dr. Dre, you, Eminem, and Speedy Exhibit from the "What's the Difference" music video. Speedy doesn't look like Exhibit, but it's a good try.
What's the difference between me and you? I'm going to smack Speedy right in the back of the head, right, Speedy? Speedy, give us
good ones tonight.
Speedy, do me a favor. Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Give us a Billy Joel song before we go.
Bottle of red, bottle of wine, for the kind of mood you're in tonight. Give me anything you want. Italian restaurant.
I love it. Way to end the night, Speed. That was good. It's good.
Right.
That was good. That was good, Speedy. Way to end the night, yo.
Yeah, he definitely knows how to hit a note, that's for sure. Imagine if a girl gets him in the right place, if you know what I mean.
Oh, man.
You can imagine that all you want.
Speedy's mom.
No, you're not going to imagine that.
Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Jeremy Mincy. Thank you to all the fans that follow us on all the platforms, including Spotify and Apple, which we were ranked today 72nd in the country. We're in the top 100 for a week, so we'd like to thank all the fans, all the downloaders and the subscribers, everybody that's been really dedicated in keeping us on top on the charts. So thank you to all the fans on that, on TikTok, Instagram, and X, now New York Sports Loudmouth. So for all the fans out there, it is called now the New York Sports Loudmouth. We will continue moving forward with the name. New show. It's the same show, but kind of new content. We got a new co-host on the show, and Quentin Copels, and Q is going to add a different type of personality to the show, and obviously arguing and debating and pissing me off, which he's done quite a few times.
Yeah,
tonight.
He's taken on the Mikey C role very well so far.
Somebody needs
Do you want to jerk me off?
or something of that matter. Hopefully they stay away from that. Or
A lot of hot ladies.
well, there's somebody that likes
Give me that chicken curry.
chicken curry. Anyways, that's it for our show. So thank you to all the fans. Oh, who do we have on Thursday?
All right, returning to the show. You wanted to get back on during March Madness. I tried to get him on last week. He couldn't do it, but our friend Dan Purcell will be back on. President of Scout Central and a former Pelicans executive. He'll be coming on at 8:30.
This guy knows everything about the talent that's coming out of this year's draft class. As a matter of fact, 4 years ago, he came on the show and he told us about this draft class. And he told us, watch out for 2026 and 2027 on the talent that's coming out. And he said 2026 is the best class since LeBron James's class. So, and I would love to hear his take on Cam Boozer, Peterson, and DeBeza, and where he thinks these guys are going to fall. And who does he think is going to be the better player in the NBA? So very interesting. It'll be fun to get into that conversation with him on Thursday. Well, we've got 3 days before Thursday. Well, actually 2. And we've got a lot of news, ladies and gentlemen, and a lot more to get into. And we have the Sweet 16 starting Thursday. So eventually everybody's going to see my number and my name on top of the board because Quentin Cole and I will rise.
I told him before it happened, man. I told you it wasn't going to happen.
I just want to let you know.
I did filled out the bracket.
I just want you to know who won the bracket last year, buddy. I did. And I'm going to win this year, too. So you can kiss my ring.
Good luck, my friend.
Oh, there's nothing to do it. Well, actually, it's all luck. But you're right. Good luck to me, even though I don't believe in luck. I believe in
butt plug.
Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. We'll talk to you Thursday. Good night.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.